Good afternoon. It's a little later than I intended, but I've been tidying up. Well, not in the traditional sense of tidying up and, making my rooms all neat and tidy. No. This is me we're talking about here. I've tidied up my table and put a few things in boxes and had a bit of a sort out from that point of view. So, we did really well yesterday and I was quite pleased with myself. So, I'm going to move that over there. The dog, of course, wants to come up through the non-existent gap. There he goes. Oh, I'm sitting a bit further left than usual. Come on. Oh, get your butt. Right. So there's going to be a lot of that. But we have a lot less pins and bobbins to be worrying about today. So we are going to remember where I hid the fatter pin. Not that this is overly essential. I'm going to put that there so that you can pivot round. And, well, to be honest, we can unpin a bunch of you. In my tidying up, I decided that when we come round to making square number 4, which will hopefully be very shortly, maybe even before the new year. In fact, almost certainly, we should be in a position to be starting square number 4. I of course have to rewind 1,000 bobbins, but 1,000 bobbins it would be. I'm going to use the non-shitty pins. I've had enough of these bendy, tiny, flimsy, shitty pins. I've had enough of these pins. These pins and I need to stop. I need them to bugger off. So these pins will be cast aside and the fat pins will take over. Just because life is too short to be fannying around with thin pins that bend every time you say the word pin. Had enough of that. We've done plenty of that. Plus, why is now a good time? Well, you might be wondering that. I've done 3 squares. These squares constitute 1 row. So the next row could be different. Now, as we discussed way back in the beginning, there is still room to change my mind and do something different. These could be the bottom and I could just make the rest out of ground stitch. I could make these the middle and I would need 1 more. And then do the rest in something different. And don't get me wrong, it has dawned on me to make a bit more variety. But I wouldn't go with rows. Doing, 6 different styles per se, although obviously lighter to denser potentially is a fair option. I'm not sure I really want to do... it would look too... it's going to be really obviously in rows anyway, because you've got, the square outlines for starters. They are not going to disappear when we sew them together. It's going to look like a bunch of squares, a bit like a patchwork quilt. So with that in mind, I need to do something with my hair. My hair's having a fluffy day today. I don't want to do that with it though. I'm going to bash. Hello! I'm just kind of muttering to myself a bit. and trying to work out what I'm going to do. I will warn you now. If I have to lean forward, I will no doubt bash the light bulb with this and therefore the camera, so I apologise in advance for all the times that I now headbutt it and get arsey because I've headbutted it, because that's what I do. So how are you? Did you have a good Christmas? If you do Christmas, of course. Bit of a presumption there. But did you have a good Christmas period? Whether you celebrate or not, it still happens, so the days of the year still happened. So have you had a good week? Don't need you yet. 1, 2, 3. I need you momentarily. That's always... Well, the pre-Christmas was so kind of... Christmas Eve was a little bit stressful. My employer changed as of the 1st of this month. And because of the process of how I changed, I really didn't give it a lot of thought because, well, you don't. In essence, the UK has a thing called 2P, and it's not spelt the number 2 and a P. That would be far too easy, right? But 2P being a process where basically you are transferred to another employer, but all of your stuff transfers. So if you've been at your current employer 5 years, technically you've been at your new employer 5 years. And lots of things are supposed to be transferred and all of this kind of stuff. And so, you know, I really didn't think too much of it. Till I didn't get paid. And everyone else did. Because there were a couple of us who got 2P'd over. And I kind of went, I thought we were getting paid today. Because, you know, it was a thing. And I'd been off, well... Rather amusingly, I did 4 days worth of work for my new employer and then went on holiday because I'd already booked it. And so I was technically not at work. Now, when I was on my last day of work, lots of things weren't working, including my phone, my PC wasn't right. To be honest, I'm not convinced when I log in come January that it's all going to work because, well, frankly, it was a big pile of mess. Anyway, so I said to the other two, you know, I thought we were getting paid today. We did, they said. Oh, said we. And of course, I'd been streaming and you know, only really noticed later in the evening because you kind of expect to get paid, right? So I hadn't really, you know, sat there poring over my bank app going, have we been paid yet? Have we been paid yet? Have we been paid yet? So it was a bit of a surprise to discover, no, I had not. And when they said that they had, well, at 5:30, I tried ringing the HR lady, because she seems to be a later worker, whereas I'm a more early worker usually. No answer. Well, of course, that's not necessarily too surprising. You know, people can be on holiday. It is Christmas Eve. Sorry, it was the 23rd. Christmas Eve was the next day. So the next day, I am now facing that I need to get hold of somebody, knowing that there's a really high chance everyone's doing a half day. Because I seem to recall, not that I paid a lot of attention because I booked the time off, that they only do half days. So I'd written to my manager, nothing. Even though he was allegedly working, he hadn't responded. The HR woman hadn't responded. There was no out of office communication, so don't know quite what happened there. And of course, being new to the company and only having worked a couple of days, I don't know anybody, because in essence, we purely are there to work for a new customer, i.e. my old employer, right? So the only people I know are my old employer, because, well, I worked for them for nearly 20 years. And if HR woman's not answering, my manager's not answering, well, they're the only people I've really dealt with so far. In fact, they're about the only people I can tell you their names. So, I slightly overly worrying because, well, if I don't get paid before Christmas, and like a lot of people, they take time off, a lot of people take time off between Christmas and New Year. Will it be New Year before I'm paid now? Really worried, right? Because obviously bills and that lot. And I do have a bit of savings and stuff, but there's having a bit of savings and paying for, having to shuffle everything around and pay all your bills out of your savings and, maybe I got fired and no one's told me, all this kind of stuff going on in your head. And so come Christmas Eve, I am slightly packing it, and I managed to find somebody that I'd heard of that might potentially help me. And bless her little cotton socks, she did. I found something that she'd emailed me to my home email, because when we first got moved over, obviously the only emails they had for us that were going to work were personal ones, which became a bit of a problem because frankly there was quite a lot of correspondence, and the only method of contact they had with us was personal numbers, personal phones, personal, and many of us don't like companies abusing that on the grounds that for example, when we at my old employer, we outsourced our servers to a data center company. My manager at the time gave them my personal number, and for months, and I mean like a few years, they would ring me on it. And in fact, about 2 years after we left the hosting company, I got a call. Oh, some of your servers are down. I friggin' doubt it. What do you mean? Well, we left you, nearly 2 years ago. This is my personal number, and so my servers are not down, darling. Really don't care. Oh, we've got you down as contact. Well, not those servers aren't us, so they were never us. Bye. Oh, and by the way, remove me before I kill you. I mean, I was quite pleasant about it because it's not their fault, but at the same time, it is their fault, if you know what I mean. But because he'd given out my personal number, there it was. Somehow, it even though I'd had it updated in all the obvious places, because, well, for all the people who should have had it, got told to change it to this number, someone still had my personal number now, didn't they? So, it is one of those things is that you do sit there and it's like, I don't really want my personal number, on everything. I mean, to be honest, I can't even tell you what my new work number is because I haven't fired it up and rang myself to find out. And I don't think they know what it is either, so shame. However, we've all got teams and crap, so, it's not like you can't get hold of me. But it was just, it was pretty stressful, so I got hold of this lady, and I explained to her, because I'd been up all night out of worry, and she happily, she was really understood. She dropped a note to, obviously, someone who physically does the payments, and they while I was still talking to her, because she was kind of reassuring me, this is what's gonna, I'll try and do this, and this is, I'll get back to you, and don't worry, we'll sort it out. And we discovered that basically someone had fat fingered my account number, and I said to her, there's no way that was me. And she went, how do you know? And I went, I got my account when I was 11 years old. Because she said to me, can you give me your bank details? And I went, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And she went, that was a bit quick. And I went, I've had them in memory since I was 11 years old. There's no way I don't remember. It's like my national insurance number. I got given it when I was 16 or whatever. It's in my head. I can't get rid of it. It kind of lives there. And so, there's no way I would have typed that wrong. And I also know that all the details I put in your system have been removed because I've had a look, because I've logged in, and you put my name down as Liz. Now, obviously, I only answer to Liz, which is great, but for true and technical purposes, my name is Elizabeth. So I wrote that on your forms, but that's not there anymore. Someone has gone in and changed it. And, not that I was pleased to have my full name on your system, because I absolutely hate it. And her name is very much shortened from something else. And I went, I bet you know they're the same, because you're called Liv. And she went, yeah. Do not call me my full name. I do not answer it. And I went, exactly. So, part of me's happy, part of me's not, And so she was very understanding. And while we were talking, the woman from payment rang her. So she went off and did that, and she rang me back, and she said, right, you should get paid by 2 o'clock this afternoon. If you do not get, let me know the moment you get it. So I was kind of there, refresh. And lo and behold, I think it was about 1:30 actually, I got paid. And I'm sure there's going to be repercussions to this later, because we get a number of benefits, and in the UK, benefits are taxable. This company does not seem to tax the benefits. Now, that's fine, because it meant I get more of my salary. But it also may mean that come April, the taxman will want me to fill in a form, and I will then have to owe him money. So I'm not going to get too excited about that right now. But there is still scope for January's payment to not happen if someone has not corrected my payment details on the system yet. So, yeah. So yes, Christmas Eve was a bit brown trouser moment, and all the rest of it. However, come Christmas Day, I was feeling a little bit more settled in myself, and I went to think about doing my Christmas dinner, and I had a look at all the bits that I needed to cook, and decided, this tray that I've had in the bottom of my cupboard for probably since last Christmas, really could do with a wash. I'll just shove a few things through the dishwasher so that they're all clean and shiny before I start. Open dishwasher, load it up, hit go, beep, 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 beep. What the fuck? Look at now, it doesn't really have error codes, it has a couple of LED lights on it. And there's an LED light that says drain, inlet/drain. And it was flashing. Okay. So, that's very helpful, because, well, in and out, I mean, isn't that 90% of the job of the dishwasher? And so it's like, okay. So, after poking the button and pressing a few things, I established, initially, that water was going in because it wasn't draining. But it wasn't trying to drain it, more to the point. It was just building up at the bottom. Anyway, I poked around at the bottom, and I poked around with the sink, and I poked around a bit, and lo and behold, started draining. Excellent, said me. Press go on the dishwasher, and lo and behold, you could hear the water that had previously been in the bottom of the dishwasher draining out and weeing out through the pipe. Beep, 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 beep. Well, so now water's going in and water's coming out, but it still says drainage and inlet issue. How? It can come, it can go. It's not even slowed down, because believe me, I could hear it in the pipes. I'm going to have to call a man. So, realistically, I could have called a man today. Not gonna. Well, I wasn't gonna. because anything between Christmas and New Year, they're usually really busy, and I can wait. I am a single person. It's not like I've got a family's load of washing up to do. It's only me, and to be honest, I am queen of sensible, knowing that the dishwasher is not overly happy. Do you know how much I've got to wash up for Christmas? Well, how much I had to wash up. I, of course, have washed it up. It's the 28th now. 29th, sorry. I only cooked my Christmas dinner on Boxing Day, which is the 26th. Because by the time I'd finished playing Poke and Sherlock Holmes with the dishwasher, I was somewhat less in the mood of cooking Christmas dinner, so I had food. Anyway, then we happily perused our way through my dinner. I had one bowl and a jug. That was it. That was all I needed to wash up for Christmas. I am the queen of practicality here. So I can live without a dishwasher for a while. I'd rather not, because, you know, I've got one and I like it, and I like it for a reason. But at the same time, you know, I can minimalise and be practical about a lot of things, and I can make it so that I only have to wash a couple of things each time. Yeah. Sorry, I will say, of course, I had to use a fork. I did use a fork for eating my Christmas dinner. Everything else was pretty good. I had reruns yesterday, so I didn't eat the leftovers immediately. Well, I had a bit of leftovers on the 27th, but yesterday I had the remainder of my Christmas dinner, so I have now eaten all of my leftovers, because once again, queen of practicalities, I did not buy a turkey or a chicken the size of the universe, because there's only me and some dogs, and well, while they get something, they do not get half a frigging turkey. And it was very, very pleasant, and I really enjoyed it. And so I had a great time, and food is a very core personal subject to me. I like food. I am fat after all. So, you know, I do require decent food. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I thought I had too many for a minute. So yes, I was very pleased with myself. I have made myself, I won't say promises, because I don't really do New Year's resolutions or anything like that, just because, well, there's no point saying I'm going to get thinner, because, well, that's not going to happen. There's no point pretending I'm going to get fitter. That's not going to happen either. There's no point saying I'm going to be tidier. That's definitely never going to happen. And, you know, all of those kind of things are a complete waste of my time, pretending that I have any intention of doing that, so let's not. But I have set myself some ideas that I want to look at doing next year, such as I want to do more lace work. I want to do a bit more than just my neck curtain. Ooh, that is a bit short. Why did I get a little too keen there? I did. That's why. I put a pair away that I need for the next round. Are you the next two? Yes, you the next two. Just that way around. So yes, I have some more ideas of things I want to make, or ways I want to make it, and I was looking at alternative bobbins, because as we all know, I like playing with different bobbins and deciding which bobbins I like a lot. I do quite like these. They're a little light. I wish they had a bit more weight to them. Not a lot, just a little, just a tiny bit. And I've seen some that are very like the Midland style bobbin, she says, looking for one. There it is. They are very similar to these, without the stupid spangle on the bottom. They're very, very similar to this, but they're slightly chunkier. And do not have spangles. And do not have holes to put spangles in, although the holes to have... Although I do have to say, there is a set of Midlands bobbins without spangles on, but with holes for spangles that don't really faze me, in ebony, and I really want them. But I shouldn't, but I really want them. I can't really explain why. Well, you see, that's part of... One of the things that has always frustrated me is that if you hang around in crafting groups, there are almost two kinds of crafters. There are the inquisitive, I'll give anything a go crafter, and there is the, I need an exact floor plan with exact instructions, and I will use only the colours provided. I've done that. I've spun dog fur. I used to have the little man who is my icon. He was a bearded collie, and so his fur could grow reasonably long, and it was beautifully... Oh, really? And I'd have to say I didn't do a lot of the dog fur. Ads are about to start, by the way. I've got 3 minutes. But I did do some of his fur just to prove that I could. But I do have a spinning wheel. I do have, in fact, I've got 2 in the house. I've also got 11 in my old house. So I do spin. I do a lot of crafty things. I also weave, knit, crochet, and generally be a pain in the ass. So, but yeah, one of the things that I've always found with crafty people is you get the 2 camps. You get the, I can only follow it exactly as it's written, or the, well, I kind of like that, but people. And the number of times I've seen, like, someone will take a photo of, I don't know, a reindeer on a jumper, and you can... I think... Spinning technically is not difficult. Spinning well is. It's like lots of things. The principle, not hard. Practical... Getting less art yarny, so a more even, that is a bit more of an art form. And one thing I will say is that most fibres and wheels, and it is a combination of the two, have almost preferences. So if you want to make a really fine yarn and your wheel and the fibre do not, it's almost not going to happen. It's going to end up thick and thin, right? If you want a really fat one and it wants to be thin, again, you're kind of out of luck. You have to kind of... There is some of it is mood-based, it is partly you-based, and technically you are in control. But you will find that there is a natural way that it kind of falls. I've got a nano eel, I think it is, little electric thing. That's quite cool because, you know, you can sit there and it just sits there going, and you at it. There's 2 types of spinning. There's the inchworm, and then there is the voodoo, where you just kind of let go and magic hands. I can do both. Slightly less confident with the voodoo matter, but at the same time, I did manage to sort it out, so I can voodoo. It's called worsted and woolen, but inchworm and voodoo is far more accurate. Ads are about to hit, so I will continue the natter after the adverts. But it isn't hard to try, is the short answer. It really isn't. Really isn't that hard to try. It's like this. thinking about starting the ads. Something I don't understand with Twitch. Hey, the ads are coming, the ads are coming. I'm going to spend 5 minutes telling you the ads are coming, and then I'll finally get around to it. There we go. So hopefully you're back from the adverts now. So did I make anything with it? I think in the end I made a really small knitted square just to kind of prove a point, and I do agree with an awful lot of people who have said that it's much easier to do a blend. So to have an element of wool with an element of something, cotton, usually wool though, an element of wool with your fur, same with cat fur, just because it is quite a short, well, it can be quite a short length, which makes it very difficult to spin with, because short fibres need a lot of twist and generally lend to quite a thin fibre stretch. And then if you want to do a If you want to do something, and I don't know why I just pulled these out, I want to put them straight back in, idiot. So if you want to then make some more, if you wanted to make a scarf or something so that, beloved Pooch, maybe now departed, such as Charlie, my icon, is departed. What you can do, of course, then, is you blend their fur in with other material so that they come on walks with you and all the rest of it, but it doesn't smell of damp dog, and because that is a thing, and because we all know that damp dog is a unique, interesting smell. To be fair, if you've ever bought a true wool jumper, effectively the waterproof ones with aniline, when they get wet, you smell like a wet sheep. So, with a lot of these things, you can't always be too prim and proper. But spinning, in principle, is not hard. All you need to do is add sufficient twist so it doesn't fall apart. And you can do this without any equipment or whatsoever. It's a lot easier with some form of equipment. She says, realising she didn't twist that, idiot. It is a lot easier with equipment, but you can do it with a pencil and an old CD. You can, doesn't even have to be that exciting. If you've got, it needs to be fairly light, as a whole. So you can't use, kind of like a cone stand or something. But if you only really need a stick. It works better with more than a stick, but you only really need a stick. And you can use it as a spindle, and you twist the bottom, do the thing, then you wrap it around the bottom. It helps if it's got some nooks in it. I'm not going to disagree with any of that, but you can do it without. Can be literally a pencil. But it, you can have a go. You can do these things, and you don't have to do the twist thing. You can do it by rolling it on your leg, and therefore not getting into the knicker elastic twisty over twisted pile of hell that is very easy also to get into. Because of course, while you need enough twist, you don't want too much twist, otherwise it goes all springy and horrible and hard and nasty. And hard and nasty is definitely not something we want from our beautifully handcrafted yarn. So there is a line of reasonableness in the middle. One is that it will hold together, and two, that it's not so hard, not so over twisted that it's hard or crinkly and weird. But it's not as hard as it sounds. I decided I wanted to do spinning, so I bought a spinning wheel off eBay, as you do, right? Or at least as I would, because name me a spinning wheel shop, right? We just don't have them. Anyway, so I bought me a spinning wheel, and when I won, I drove the half hour or so it was to this lady's house, and she went, "Have you ever spun before?" And I looked at her and went, "No." And she went, "Would you like me to show you how it works?" Yeah. And she got some fluff, and she said to me, "Right, sit there and press the treadle thing, right? Treadly, right? Now, it's a bit like patting your head and rubbing your tummy, because it is very similar. You pat with your foot, and you have to do something else with your hands at potentially a completely different speed. Now, I will always say that I am not a pianist. I am not schizophrenic. And I feel that you have to be truly schizophrenic to be a master pianist, because you're playing one tune with one hand, one tune with the other, and pretty much the two are almost completely unaware of what the other's doing. So I find that difficult, whereas I play musical instruments by preference, where you work together. So while you may play multiple notes with one hand and not with the other, such as, say, violins with bows, for the most part, there is an element of unison amongst it. So yes, you may do 4 notes per bowing, but every 4 you change direction. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, change. 1, 2, 3, 4, change. Your brain gets into a kind of sequence with it. I do less well on musical instruments where your hands are not working as a pair. Where now I can play, and I have played very badly, an organ. Jesus Christ, that was terrible. But you know, I'm not a good pianist. I can play some tunes, but generally the tunes where they work in unison. All right, so this limits it somewhat. And unison doesn't have to be perfect unison. So you can do 2 notes right hand with 1 note left hand, and then 2 notes left hand with 1 note right hand. That's fine. There's still an element of unison going on. But that's kind of my limit. I can't be doing more complicated bits. No. Can't be doing harp. No. And so, spinning as a whole, you need to treadle with your heartbeat. That is the best advice anyone could ever give you, is you treadle at best, at the fastest almost, every heartbeat. If not every couple, depending on how fast your heart generally beats. But generally 1 a second. So your body's rhythm will generally make it with your heartbeat. What you then have to do, because you actually treadle a lot slower than you think you would. Because you kind of expect to go almost sewing machine style. You want Formula 1 car, right? Because obviously, well, the faster you treadle, the faster you produce yarn. This is not true. Well, it is true, but it's not true at the same time. You have to be practiced for that to be a practical speed that your brain will keep up with. When you start, you want it as slow as possible. So what your first task to do with a spinning wheel is to find how slowly you can treadle and keep the wheel so it doesn't get stuck, because obviously it's got a little pin in the back of the wheel, and when you push it down, it's got to have momentum to keep going so that it will come back up. So you have to have enough speed that it will keep going, but it does only need to be only just, right? Now obviously it can be slower if you have a double treadle wheel, because you then, when you've got the other foot to get it just over, once it's got just over the top, you've only got to get it just over the bottom, get it to the bottom where you can flip it, and so you get to flip it twice. But it really is technically the voodoo thing where you just kind of let go and magically, stretch it a bit and it all magically does things. That takes a lot of effort. But the inchworm process of doing this and feeding, apparently I'm a left-handed spinner. It makes no sense to me that if you're right-handed, your right hand would just hold fluff, your left hand's doing the work. Apparently that's right-handed spinning. Well, the clever hand, my good hand, surely should be the one that's deciding whether that's fat or thin enough, or whether there's enough spin. Surely the brainy hand, not the fumbly, I kind of go along with everything hand. This one should do the work, which is why I spin left-handed. Because that makes sense. Now, there are 1,000 billion people out there that will say you need a left-handed spinning wheel. Bullshit. I do technically own one I can convert to being a left-handed spinning wheel, but I've never actually used a left-handed spinning wheel, and I've never had a problem. So bollocks to that. Because like everything, it's what you get used to, isn't it? If you learn on it's like driving an automatic car. If you've only ever driven an automatic car, Yeah, I mean that is a key issue with sewing machines, right? I've got a really fancy sewing machine, and one of the things that I do like about my sewing machine is A, the pedal is fairly sensitive, but second, there is let's call it a cap button. There is a slider on it that you can control the maximum speed the machine will go. So you can whack it to the slowest speed so that even if you stomp on the pedal, it's not going to go that far. And so you can then do obviously progressively less of even that speed. So, and to be honest, the slowest one is unbearably slow. So, you know, but it does mean that when you're starting off and your brain's going, there's all these things happening and I can't keep track. It's a great speed because your brain can go, and it's kind of going, chonk, chonk. And it's almost like I can sew this fast, but it means you get to relax into it and slowly build up speed. I can now cope with it on max speed, and it does do an impressive speed, believe me. This thing will chew through stuff. I'm still not great at straight lines, but it's not because of the speed, it's just because I'm a cack-handed idiot. They're not that unstraight, but they're not that straight either, you know. There's definite room for improvement, but to be honest, I'm usually only hemming a few things, so like tea towels, and to be honest, no one's going to die if my tea towel's got a bit of a wiggle in it, so bite me. I have made a few other things with it, but yeah, the problem is it's too easy to be critical with yourself. I mean, have you listened to me talking about my lace making, right? Look, big pile of mistakes just there. Let me show you, and it will stand out a mile. Hang on, let me zoom in. Let's see if I can chunk it over a little. Wrong direction. Right, this is about as close as I can get you. If you look, you can see parallel lines here. These are not supposed to be parallel. They're supposed to be twisted, because I'm stupid. However, it is what it is, and you have to learn to accept that while we strive to do things perfectly, we're human, and human beings rarely are perfect. And if you do it perfect, it's more from shock than anything else, right? It's not that you want to make mistakes, but you just seem really capable of doing it. It's just an art form that you've got down, is making mistakes is an easy thing. And if you notice it early enough, you can go and fix it. And it depends on nearly everything. You can fix it. If it's spinning, for example, if you realise you've over twisted it, you can release some twist. You know, you can stop what you're doing. You can let a bit of twist out. You can sort it out. But once it's on the spool, it's too late, really. It's done now. That's how it is. Exactly. Now, I know that, like all of the others, there is not a single square or triangle I have done without a single mistake in it. Because there is. And I can pick up any... Correct. And even if you think you've done a real cracking job, and so far you have not seen any, one photo, stick it on the internet, and there they all are. They all sit there going, hello, look at this, you got that bit wrong, this is wrong, there's wrong, that shouldn't have been that colour, this shouldn't have been like this, and you sit there going, oh, what a complete waste of effort that was, that looks terrible, and everyone's going, oh, it's so beautiful, and you're going, really? Do you not see this? Do you not see this? Do you know? And they go, oh, you're too hard on yourself. No, because it's wrong. I should be hard on myself to get it more correct, because if you just kind of go, oh, well, never mind, you will never get better. And so I'm the same with this. I mean, my beautiful bookmark, which is safely tucked away, it is It is. It is very much. It needs to be a diagnosed disease for all crafters, frankly. But it is very difficult, right? In that we all very much concentrate on trying to do things perfectly because that's what we're aspiring to do. I did not sit down to start this triangle to screw up this bit. That was not my intention, but I successfully achieved it. I think that most crafters have an element of that, but because they are always disappointed to find out that they, when we do each and every move, it's like playing a musical instrument, you do not set out to play a tune incorrectly. But if you do bum a note, well, you've bummed the note. It's out now. You can't take it back. With a lot of crafting, you can undo. So with knitting, crochet, lace making, if I completely fudged this up, so let's say I just do this, right, and move on, right, and I go on to do the next one. I am going to do this to prove a point, right? So I put this in here, and I go, well, if I then look and go, that doesn't look right, I can now sit there and go, well, clearly that was a mistake, right? Take the pin out. Undo the last bit and look back and go, right, what's wrong with here? Oh, I didn't actually do anything. And sometimes it is also because the instructions, if you're autistic, are not clear enough. So let me explain. Increase one stitch every 10... do an increase every 10 stitches for the next 6 rows. So do I do a row and then 6 more rows? Or is it every 6th row I am doing the increase? And sometimes you don't think of it like that until you're autistic, right? And then again, it's the... I am on a milder end of it, but I still have my moments. If you want, believe me, I have my moments. I absolutely do have my moments. I am not and I say this in jest, I am not window licking, rocking, not generally anyway, although if there are helicopters flying over, I am the rocking. I definitely have an autistic brain, but because autism was never a diagnosed thing when I was young. Hang on, I've got to allow that one. Yeah, click. No, I haven't. Really? That doesn't... Well... I can believe that. And... I mean, don't get me wrong. I am the most ungirly girl in the history of girl kind. In fact, as I usually point out, for example, I am always wearing this beige jumper. Well, not this specific beige jumper. I've got about 12 of them, right? But I wear these beige jumpers. These are men's jumpers. The trousers I have on. Yeah, instructions are sometimes, and I've tried to explain this to people from work sometimes instructions seems crystal clear till you come to do them and then your brain goes, did they mean this or that? And that's it. Now your brain can't decide what's right. And that can be a problem, and I struggle with that one. But interestingly about the trans stuff, I'm a strange individual, don't get me wrong. I am a very strange individual. But I have never been a girly girl. I was, in my youth, always referred to as a tomboy. And I was quite happy with that phraseology. And I have no desire to change my gender, but at the same time, I am not a good representation of being female. That's interesting, because I do have a high IQ. It is... I can definitely understand that, and I think part of the high IQ... I definitely can relate to that, because having come close to being sectioned on a few occasions before wishing to terminate my existence, I part of the problem was, however, part of the problem was, and do you know the funniest thing that, well, it makes me laugh in hindsight. At the time, it wasn't funny, clearly. So, I had to meet with the nice people who'd make the decision. And I did. Do you know what they'd say to me? We see that you wish to terminate yourself and that you are very upset and that you are very, that you have, you've got plans for it and everything, because I had plans. But you are too logical. We can't section you because it is not. Basically, because it's logical. Yeah, that was me. Because it's logical, because you can justify that your lack of existence will be better for other people, and that you are in control. You can't be sectioned for it. Now, this is the only reason I got away with it, to be honest. But to me, that shouldn't matter. If you are in a position where you need help because you are not coping, you still need help because you're not coping. Now, it might be that being stuck in a ward full of people who do not understand why they feel that the end of the world should be nigh, it is possibly not the right answer, but you still need A, someone to stop you, preferably, and B, yeah, and of course the problem is you're not psychotic. Because you're logical. And I think that's part of the problem. If you have justifiable reasons why you are a useless bag of humanity and that, you're a waste of oxygen and space and all of these kind of things, it becomes... I am not. They did consider whether I was bipolar. I am apparently not, although maybe they just got me on a good day, who knows, right? There are so many things that I think there are crossovers, but I won't say crossovers, but there are areas that mean that you can almost, I won't say cherry pick, but you get, maybe you've got a bit like this and a bit like that and a bit of the other, and that I think it's probably safe to say that quite a few people have elements of some of these things. Now, the question is, are you coping or not? If you're coping with them, it's not a problem. So, I have a friend who has, in my humble opinion, OCD, and let me explain. They have a serious number of clocks. I mean, a ridiculous number of clocks. When they lived in a single room flat, they had 8 different clocks in the room. Moreover, if one of the clocks was even the remotest, tiniest bit out of sync, and I think that can be part of the problem, is that you can see in many of these things parts of yourself, right? So I have a number of ADHD traits. I've been diagnosed as autistic, but I do have a number of ADHD traits, and when I was a child, I was known as hyperactive, which, frankly, is pretty much the same shit. So, like a lot of these things, is that you can do something that maybe falls into one category. But it doesn't make you that category, it just means you do one thing from that pile. I think to a large extent it does. It's in that there is a very kind of big grey line down the middle where pure ADHD one side, pure autism the other, and there's quite a lot of scope for being in the middle. And I do think that it's difficult because until recently it was almost medically decided that women can't have ADHD. Now, it was never outwardly said that they can't. It was just always that, for some reason, women seemed to cope better with it, and therefore, because it was less of a problem per se, it got overlooked more. And now, one of the things that I was going to say earlier is that when I was a child, because autism wasn't really talked about when you were a kid, because if you were going off to the funny farms, people did not look to sort it out. They just assumed that you were stupid. They assumed that you were just being awkward. They assumed that you were, lots of assumptions that you're just being a little shit. And as a result of that, many people of older generations, rather than the youngsters of today, didn't get diagnosed with things because, well, it just wasn't the thing to do. People didn't go around diagnosing people with things. And, you had people who were just a bit weird, and you left it as that. And, oh, they're just a little eccentric. And that'd be it. That would be the kind of difference. Oh, yes, they're a bit of a loner. Or, no, she doesn't like that. So, no, she wouldn't do that, no. And there was a bit of that. And that was the most that ever really got talked about. And I think that as a result of that, people of that kind of era had to learn how to kind of internalise a lot of the problems. And so I can have an autistic meltdown and not people around me notice because I'm doing it all in my head. Now, don't get me wrong, I occasionally do overspill into reality, and I have done, mainly because I live alone. But at the same time, I've had some at work where I'm sitting there and I've lost it, and the right co-workers will notice that I'm being a bit odd and ask me if I'm okay, and I'll say no, and they'll help a bit. But yeah, I know. Well, I'm single because I divorced him, so but it was my choice, so but it's just one of those things, is that I think that for an awful lot of people my age, you learned to be socially acceptable. You learnt that a lot of the behaviours that seem really weird to you is what people expect. And whether you find it weird, whether you find it difficult, whether you learn that is how society requires for you to be, for you not to be noticed, because if you got noticed at school, you got the shit kicked out of you. So you kind of kept it to yourself. And with that in mind, this has continued on, and as adults, the generation, therefore, still mask, internalise, and pretend that it doesn't happen. Of course it happens. And I think that's very, very difficult. But back to the pattern thing, which I do want to continue on with, because obviously, this is a crafting channel, not a psychological help channel, because, well, there's no point asking me for help. I can't help you with nothing. But other than I can explain it to you in my own, how it works in my head. I'm very good. One thing I will say, though, is that one of being slightly autistic, I find that while I'm having a problem, I cannot explain it to people because it's happening to me. It's present. The moment it becomes factual. Yesterday I was upset. Yesterday I lost my marbles. Yesterday I couldn't cope. I can, all of those things then are factual. They are historical because I am not fit. I have either fully melted and I'm now over it, or whatever. I can now explain why and how I got there. And I think one of the most autistic things that I do is when people say, Liz, you shouldn't have done that, I start reciting what I did and why I did it. I almost literally, and I've explained this on many occasions to people, I have programming language in my head. I am a computer. I think in code. I am also a computer programmer in my spare time, so, and I used to be professionally, so with that in mind, it's not too surprising. But I literally view my entire workings like computer programming code. And if that code is incorrect, I will recite to you the code that I have, and I am asking you, what do I need to do to this code to fix it? So you're saying that in this situation, I should not have done that. So please explain to me the exact parameters of the situation that meant that the actions I did were incorrect. I will then add an if statement that says if the following is true, i.e. this particular, enough of the parameters of this situation occur again, and what exactly I should have done in this situation. And next time, that is what I will do. The code will be patched and I will be now running the new code. But you have to tell me. You can't just go, that's not right, and walk away. But I can do that perfectly calmly because, well, it's factual. It's yesterday. Yesterday, Liz. Tomorrow, Liz. All this kind of thing. So back to the patterns. It is very difficult when some patterns are slightly ambiguous. It is difficult when they kind of almost leave it up to you to decide how to do something. So it'll say, like, turn the heel of a sock. Well, are you doing German short rows, British short rows? Are you doing a heel flap? Are you doing what are you doing here? How are you, please explain to us in what method you expect us to turn a heel. If you really, really don't care, that's fine, but they do have implications in the world. Can you at least kind of, say, in the picture, I used this, and this is what I did, right? Because not everybody knows 28 different varieties of turning a heel, and when theirs doesn't look like yours, they're going to get antsy, potentially, because it doesn't look the same. So yeah, I definitely think that as crafters, we are hard on ourselves because we want it to be right. We fail, but we want it to be right. And but like everything, there is a level of how much pressure you should put on yourself. And I talked about this in a previous video, was that I am not going to just sit there and fudge something in my lace. So if I realised that I made a mistake, I know, back here somewhere, a few rows back, I would likely undo it. But I made the decision that once I've pulled the pins out, and that is when most of the errors show, because from the angle I have, the grey of the pins and the shiny pin heads really do mask what I see. If I've missed some twists, if I've got some errant threads, because threads do love to wrap around pins, if I've got any of that, it's too late. I have to move on. I have to accept that is now not perfect, and that I will move on. Because, for example, I could go back and fix this, except for the fact that I've tied them all off. But, let's say I've still got all my bobbins. I could go back and do this. Yeah, you have to want to strive to be better. I think that, we all have an element of wanting to do it right. We all hate ourselves when we fail to get it right. Because we tried. And we could have tried real hard. And like you said, you went back a row because you realised you read the instructions wrong. Now, depending on exactly what you're knitting it in, if you're knitting a jumper in sock yarn, and God bless your life if you are, because you've got more dedication, I will knit a king size blanket, but I will not knit a sweater out of sock yarn. That, when it's but when you've got to a point where, if you've got like 400 or 500 stitches across the front of a sweater and you've just gone back around, that is a lot of work you've just undone. And even if you're a reasonably fast knitter, that is still a lot of work you've undone. You will appreciate then that one of my great efforts was making a double knitted king-sized bedspread. And when I ordered the yarn, I ordered from a company, and it was done in acrylic because, well, it's going to be a bedspread. I didn't want it to be wool because it would just stretch and pull and be expensive. So I ordered it from a company who do batchless colours. So if I needed some more, I could just order some more and it wouldn't show. So I started off and I got a handful of rows through it and realised that I didn't have anything like as much yarn as I thought I had. So I ordered some more. And then I realised when I got it that the colour of yarn, because I ordered, a shit ton because, well, I was making a big blanket. The colour I had ordered and started with was not the colour I thought it was. I had started with, say, soft white and not white. So when I started the white bit, that's more than plenty, especially with the word mohair in it. Anything with mohair in it doesn't come undone well. I must admit, I made a number of jumpers during 2020. When I was a kid, my mother made me knit myself some... When I was a kid, my mother made me knit, frankly, and she taught me how she knitted, and that was an abomination to knitting. That is a crime against the knitting community, because when she made stitches, there were holes. When she changed colours, there were holes. When she cast on or cast off, it had more solidity than concrete. Her knitting, much like her cooking, was not a thing of beauty. And of course, this is what she taught me. As an adult, I avoided knitting because, well, I'd already established that I hated it because I didn't like how it looked, didn't like the holes, didn't like the fact that it didn't stretch, didn't like this, didn't like that, so I didn't knit. Until I bust my knee. And I saw some videos of Lucy Neatbeat doing double knitting. And my brain went, well, that's really cool. I want to do that. And the other half of my brain's going, but that's knitting. Bear in mind, I have covered a few times that I feel I'm closer to schizophrenia than perhaps I should be. In that my brain and I have arguments. My brain has stupid ideas like net curtains. And the rest of me's going, what? Really? Why? Why are you doing that? Why now? What? Well, the reason I am lace making today is a few months ago I woke up one morning and my brain went, Liz? Yes, brain? I want to make lace again. Brain, you did that when I was like 10. Why? Why now? I want. Okay, but I don't have any of the stuff. Mother would have chucked that out 3 months after I stopped doing it. So, don't have any of the parts, don't have any of the things, don't really remember that much of it, although I do remember crossing and twisting and making a big dog's ear of it. And you want me to do what now? I want to make lace. Okay, well, fine. So, I found a thing on the internet for making lace. I got some square paper, I poked some holes in it, and I made a really ugly but technically bookmark. I then made a couple more. I added a bit of colour to it because, of course, as an adult, one thing I will say is when you're a kid, learning everything was like climbing freaking sheet glass. As an adult, learning things is really not that hard. And hi, Sean. So yes, I have very much struggled with the whole kind of learning process, but Brain decided one day it wanted to do more lace making, so I bought it some lace making stuff, and now I'm making a net curtain because my brain thought that was a freaking cracking idea. And the reason I'm only doing it on stream is so that the next time my brain has a really cracking idea, I can show it the pain and the anguish that came with the making of the net curtain, because I seem to average losing my marbles about once a square. This square has been more successful in that I haven't lost my marbles on it yet, although of course I haven't finished sewing the ends in, so there's still scope. But I've done 18 pairs, and well, we found a better way of doing that, so that was a thing. And I was very pleased with that, because that went faster and my brain hurt a lot less. It's not really that different, but when they when you watch videos and you read books and all the rest of it, they always do the sewing in stroke tying knotty bits at the end with the bobbins on. You will not be too surprised to hear that doing it with bobbins on is actually awkward because, well, they're in the way. So I've just realised I need to move these over. And so yesterday, having done a couple, well, the first one took me like 20 minutes to stab through the hole with my special pokey stick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then after that, we set about tying the knots, and what they get you to do, I won't actually do it, but what they get you to do is they always say to you, when you tie the knot, you do left over right and round. Well, when you've got, frankly, what feel like knitting needles at this stage on the end of it, it becomes really awkward. So I cut the bobbins off. Oh my goodness. The simple act of, instead of looping through, so what, Jen, when you tie off, you pokey stick. Hang on, let me grab my pokey stick, which has now decided to mate with my box for some reason. Why have you mated with the box? There you go. So you have pokey stick and you poke the stick through, and then this pulls some thread through the loop. So you then put the bobbin through the loop like this, and it can pull the bobbin back. But of course, if you have this attached to the device, as I've currently got, once you pull it back and the loop is the bobbin's around one side, well, you've now got to undo the loop. And the moment I do that, they end up making knots and doing strange things, because, as Nauticat will tell you, as they witnessed my efforts on the little green square of doom. Yes, and so you poke the thing, you've got a bobbin, and it makes a loop. You then put this through the loop, and it effectively locks the two together. Great. And then you try and tie knots with the sticks. This makes quite a bulky knot, because as I thought about it afterwards yesterday, if you've got a loop and you've then poked, let me do this, so you've made a loop, and you've then got, so you've got a loop like this, and you then got this, and you then try and make, so you've got this kind of thing going on here like this, and then you try and tie knots around it, well, you've already kind of got a knot at the bottom. So now it's a 3-high knot, not a 2-high knot. And while this is exactly how they teach you to do it, and claim that the knots aren't visible and that they don't sound proud and bullshit, and all of this kind of stuff, I was finding it difficult, and again, the autistic brain cells were definitely struggling with this and not happy. So, I had the very intelligent thought, as, well, having an IQ tends to do this, I had a thought, and it said, instead of pulling through the loop, chop the string and pull that piece of string through the hole that you've poked your stick through. So that you now have a loop that was already there, which is where these pins are, and you're tying the knot round the loop. Which is how it would kind of be if you were making the lace in the first place. So I did. I got to this point, I poked it through. So let's say I took this one, I pulled it through. I chopped this, I pulled this string through, so this is now flappy flappy. Chopped that one off, knotty knotty. It goes so much faster. Because you're not fighting sticks and needing to make this, 20 yards long so you can pull it through with a bit of this and see what you're doing. And you just pull it through and then a little, your length of thing trickles through the hole. You tie in a knot. Job's a good one. Tying off those 18 bobbins yesterday, previously, let's put it this way. When I made the little square of doom, which is not here, but square of doom is about... Well, the square of doom had a diagonal of probably less than what I tied off yesterday. Bear in mind, I also did... this square, that, this, that... yesterday, so in 3.5 hours, and tied off 18 pairs of bobbins. When I was doing the green one, now admittedly I was trying to sew in the ends further than I had been. In, I think it was nearly 5 hours, I had done 6 pairs of bobbins. And I got to the manically laughing, lost my shit stage of life. I am talking mentally, absolutely, I had vacated the body. I was not here. My brain had just... It got to the point of laughing because it didn't know what else to do. It was just laughing at everything. Breathing was funny, because I literally had lost it. I was hysterical. Because I tried so hard and the world, it seemed to hate me so much. Whereas, if I'd done it without more like this, I probably would have been fine. And I think that is... Hey, how's you doing? What you're spinning up there? And what you're making it for? We like fellow crafty people. And I'm sure Jasmine would be very interested in hearing about your spinning exploits, by the way. And I'm not going to insult Jasmine by trying to say Happy Christmas in German, so... because my pronunciation will suck. I last officially did German I'm going to be 53 this year, so 37 years ago. Maybe some more. I'm not even going to pretend. I can half sing O Tannenbaum, and that's about it. So, we won't be going there. And interestingly, I've never heard O Tannenbaum in English. Ooh, merino. Oddly enough, I don't know whether it's the practical nature of... oddly enough, my spinning, I won't say I wouldn't appreciate beautiful fibres, because that's definitely a thing, but I found that I'm going to probably mispronounce it. I'll call it Eida. It's got an I in it. It's like elder, but it's got an I in it, which is real freaking cheap. It's still quite really soft, and it's not scratchy. It's not itchy, which cheaper fibres tend to be a bit more itchy. This stuff was cheap as, and I bought a metric ton of it because I wanted to make myself a jumper out of it. I haven't quite got around to finish spinning it all yet, and it's been a couple of years, but never mind, eh? I've still got it because I'm still working on it. I still occasionally do some. I get sidetracked with my crafts because I do so many. I get into kind of, like I've been with lace making, I get really into doing a lace making project, and some of the others all fall away a bit, and then I go back to them later. And so, for example, let me move this. For those who missed it, now I do apologise because this had an unfortunate accident and it fell in. Yeah, it needs a wash. It fell in with some pizza, so it's got a bit of a stain on it right now. But this was some weaving I did, and it's double-sided, obviously. And I've done a number of Christmassy kind of patterns. Pizza, fine. I really must put it in the wash. Oh look, pizza. But it is, you know, it was going to be a tea towel, but it's far too thick. I mean, this is, you know, heavy curtain material at best. You know, it would make a great bedspread, but I have an absolute shed load of them. I've got them on my Instagram, actually, from when I originally did them. And on my loom are the green versions. Well, I say the green versions. The making the same patterns in green. Because Christmassy is red, green, right? So I made some green ones because originally, as I said, they were going to be tea towels. And it, a bit like, you know, the unpinning of my lace work, I didn't realise until I got to the taking off of the loom stage with that one that they're a bit thicker than I thought. I mean, I knew they were reasonably thick, but there's thick and then there's these. I mean, these things would kind of, you know, you could probably use them to, you know, as solar shields on the space shuttle. They are kind of measurably thick. They're definitely too dense for... But they would make really good kind of table mat things for serving platters and stuff. Now, that's interesting. No. Brain farts. Alright. So yeah, they would make great kind of... Not table runners, because they're tea towel shaped, but they would make good kind of Christmas table centre things for putting the hot turkey and really hot food on, because there's no way in buggery anything that they've got the thermal insulation of nothing else. I mean, if you ever wanted to line your loft with something, these things are it, right? This is industrial strength stuff. Yeah, miscalculation. Never mind. Whatever. They're pretty, but yeah. Yeah, I've got quite a few. I've got some that look far more like shortbread biscuit tins, because that was the original plan behind it. So the ad starts in a minute. When we've come back from ads, I will during the ads I will go and get some more of my tea towel things. I call them tea towels because that's what they were supposed to be, but they're so not. I'll go and get some more of the red tea towels, and you can see some of the other pretty patterns that I made. Because I designed them all. I sat there with my little piece of paper and I designed them all. That's not got two twists on it. No. And so and as I say, I've got the green ones, and I could do some more pretty pictures, but I could even do words technically, but I did work out how to write Happy Christmas on them, so or Christmas, as it would only fit on the word Christmas would fit on a tea towel. So yeah, but they failed in the efforts of being an actual tea towel on the simple grounds that they're too heavy. But as I say, they would make quite good kind of table things. But then I don't feed other people, and I don't do tables for it because there's only me. So I put it on a plate and bring it in and eat it. So I have no personal use for it as a non-tea towel variety. But they do sop up a huge amount of water. So if you ever have a burst pipe, these are your things. These things will hold like your body weight in water. which makes washing them a bit difficult, I can tell you that now. Don't wash too many at the same time, your washing machine will hate you. Because they really do weigh a lot when they're wet. Because they must make quite a lot of cotton in them, to be honest. Let me go and get while it says ads starting soon, so technically the ads will be here any moment. I will wander off now and go and get them, because they're not far, they're only over here. But I shall go and get them. Hang on. Move. Pound. Oops. See, I'm back, and it's not even actually started the ads yet. That's how bad Twitch can be. Oh, the ads are coming. No, they're not. There we go. They have indeed. Finally. And you're back already. Wow. According to Twitch, you've got an hour, another minute and a bit of ads. Just to be sure, because not everybody gets the same amount of ads, to be honest. So, we will give everyone, give it a bit of chance to get to the end of the official ad zone, in case there are some poor people who have been infested with the full-blown. Well, that's always a good thing. Okay, well, I think there's only really a couple of you. So this was one of my, this is another one of the designs that I did. So a bit Celtic knotty. Shame Naughty Celt's not about. I did faux pas. As you can see, these should not be joining. That was not the plan. But I fucked it up, so I kept fucking it up throughout the rest of the thing because, well, it's a thing, right? And there probably shouldn't be three in the middle, but bite me, it happened, right? So, and obviously, again, it's the reverse on the back. So they're all reversible, because, well, that's how it works. In case it wasn't clear that it's Christmassy enough, we have Christmas trees! Yay! So we have some Christmas trees. We have Christmas trees. We have... what else we got? We've got... No, not that one. Oh, the other Christmas things that you tend to get. Why these are associated with Christmas, I'm not entirely sure, but... bells! We have bells, people! So, we had bells. Then we get on to... well, these were just kind of zigzaggy with dimedy bits on the bottom because, well, I could. That's kind of how that worked out. They are actually evenly spaced. It's just the angle of the viewing that makes it look slightly wonky. I can assure you they are evenly spaced. I have checked. Next, now which one do I want to show you next? This was this was very shortbread tin based, and I quite like this one. It's also got a bit of a kind of Roman floor looking to it as well, and obviously same on the back. But this, for some reason, I really like this one. This one was one of my favourites. I quite like that one. Then there was the next Christmas shortbread tin style, which was made out of large diamonds. Kind of like this one as well. This one could give you a bit of a migraine if you look at it too long, though. So won't force you to do that too long. And finally, the one that I was most proud of. Technically, this was a Fair Isle jumper, but of course, Fair Isle doesn't work like this. You have to have less than 3 stitches. But it was based off a kind of intarsia, to be more accurate, knitting pattern. I like this one. I originally did have plans to do a bit more fanciness, but then changed my mind and decided to keep it a bit plainer. I really like this one too. But yeah, you could extend the kind of pattern here up a bit and do a bit more between the zigzags and things. Was an option. One thing I didn't notice until I had this on my table the other day was this top band. And if you look, there's 4 little O's and then this kind of fish-shaped thing going on. This was not intentional, but it has something to do with the fact that it's an even number of things. This was I put a lot of time and effort into making this one because I wanted this kind of Christmas plant thing, I forget what they're called, in the middle with these kind of frondy bits, and then obviously I call them X-wings because I don't know quite what else they are, but these little kind of birdy flappy X-wing things here with a little kind of this is a side effect of the way it's woven, in that these look like they're continuous lines, but technically they are 4 individual spots, just as these are individual spots. But because of the way the threads work out, you can change it, so then the threads would have laid this way instead. But I put a lot of effort into this, and I spent hours, I mean actual like days, adding bits, taking bits away. Should I add this, should I not? And the important part is, and as you can possibly tell by this, so here to here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I thought it was. So it's a 12 part pattern, and you thread the pattern shafts in this point, so hence I've got 3 of them, right? And you design like half of it. This will be the mirror, so it's always mirrored. So, but well, as it was set up, this will always be mirrored. I do have the option to make each one of these little squares, because every single one of them is technically a square like a pixel. I do have the ability, because this is on a draw loom, and I made I think it was a 4 shaft. Yeah, it's a 4 shaft. So I was counting them. 4 shaft square. So this is a square of 4 threads that way and 4 picks this way, right? Actually, you can't see you can't see much of my finger, but it's 4 wide, 4 down. And so each group of 4 is known as a unit. And so each unit I have 13 shafts, because I've got one for some back ones that never move, right? Hence you can have up or all down, but anyway. it's a bit like working a church organ, because you've got your feet doing the 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of thing to make the base cloth part, and then you've got pulley bits that you pull and latch on that pick this which of the 12 shafts are up or down. So it gives you the equivalent, well, in this case, it's a 48, hang on, got to deal with spammy wanker. Report spammy wanker for being a spammy wanker. Yes, he is being a spammy wanker, and I need to type in that he is a spam bot, because apparently picking spam and spam bot is just not enough. Spam bot, and you can't automate this easily. Well, I probably could. Spam, yes, I verified that this is true, because he's a knob. And yes, I do wish to block him, because he's a knob. Right, and we will make sure that that is denied. Anyway, so with that in mind, I've got 12 shafts, and I've threaded them like this. But I don't have to. I can do this, and I can also, as well as this, so this makes it out to be a 48 shaft loom. It's the equivalent of, if you were going to do this on a standard loom, I would have needed 48 shafts, and they don't make them. They do make some 32 base shaft ones that have an electronic thing, but I don't want it to be electronic. Half my joy of doing this is manual, right? It's a bit like the lace making and the knitting. I could use a knitting machine, but then it's not hand knitted, is it? It's machine knitted, right? And so I like the manual. And so I don't want an electronic thing that you program and you draw the picture on. I want to be able to fuck it up, because, well, that's human, right? But I have a thing called a unit pull. So what I could do is, for each of these, I could tie them up to a unit pull, which gives me another set of things to pull on. And I could literally write words or do pictures, and, you know, I could write, you know, Liz 2024 or whatever on it, right? At the same time as having this pattern. And having the ease of just following the 12 shaft pattern, right? I could do all of that. And it's why I bought it. And it cost more than my car. But I spent many hours deciding what I wanted on this, what I didn't want on this. Part of the problem I had when I first designed it was the fact that I wasn't quite sure how long I needed to make it for it to be the right length for a tea towel. So this one's technically a bit short in my eyes, but it does make a really good it's kind of, because it's kind of square. In fact, is it square? Almost. It's almost perfectly square, which is quite sad, really. So with that in mind, I think if I hadn't done these little kind of borders at the top and bottom, it would actually have been square. So it makes quite a good table middle, and you could put Christmas, you know, your turkey in the middle, and, you know, a jug of gravy on it, or whatever. So yeah, this one is one of my favourites, and if I turn it over, because it gives a more snowy view of it, it's also, there's also seems to be a slight stain here. We'll ignore that, please. I need to wash them again. But yeah, you can see here what I meant about this looks like a long line. This definitely looks like continuous little individual little blocks. They're done exactly the same. It's just the way it comes out, because you can't have a gap between the blocks. So yes, I love this. And as I say, I'm working with green. It doesn't have to be green, because I can do any colour I frigging choose, because the warp is white. So that's kind of where that's at, and I really should do some more of it, to be honest, is the short answer. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, I should do more than that, but I'm not. I'm doing some lace making, so that's where I got to do with this. But I do many crafty things, and I enjoy doing crafty things. And in fact, the more no one else does the kind of crafty things that I know, the more likely I am to do it. So hence I've got some cross stitch, because I don't know any cross stitch people anymore. You know, I just seem to thrive on doing crafts that other people don't seem to do as a common thing. This is possibly the most useless craft that I do, because in essence, well, you can't really make practical things out of it. You know, I mean, a tea towel and a a tablecloth or a net curtain is about as practical as you're going to get, but they're huge. And this is really more of a decorative thing than a practical thing. Most of my other things have practical terms, but it also means come the zombie apocalypse, I can remain fat. Well, come the zombie apocalypse, I will be able to go down the nearest sheep field, grab some spare sheep. I wear bloke stuff. What the hell would I want with lace underwear? I do appreciate that other people might like lace underwear. Personally, not for me, because, well, my dogs really don't care, and I want function over frill, literally. But yes, I could see for special occasion that could be a thing. I definitely think that things. I mean, you can, as I say, you can technically, although lace underwear, could get complicated because it's not very stretchy. But it is more of a decorative art, and so from that in mind, come the zombie apocalypse, this is not going to be my most essential thing. Although people may be wanting to get married, might like something pretty and frilly for the appropriate scenarios. So, I can vaguely see that being a thing. I knew I forgot to do it again. But come the zombie apocalypse, I have skills that can get me fed. I am also capable of woodwork. It is not something I've practiced over the years, but I am still very much a carpenter's daughter, to the point when I arrived at my dad's house and he'd been rushed into hospital, for which he never left. First thing I did was fix his chair. I noticed that his chair was held together with a bit of twine kind of thing, holding the legs together because it needed gluing. So I glued it. And I didn't just glue it, I glued it the proper way, right? With the proper stuff, and made sure that it was all proper done and it got set, and I carefully all clamped it together. And I did the same when I moved in here, because I've got beautiful wooden furniture, came with the house. Frankly, much as I love this house, and I truly love my house, the wooden couch and chairs that I got with this house free of charge, more to the point, are singularly the most beautiful chairs and couches I have ever witnessed. And so I love them dearly. But most of them suffered from the same, which is there's kind of at the back of the chair, obviously you've got like an angled back, and then there's like a lip bit that comes round to make a kind of this shape across the back. And it's kind of a scrolly thing, but it's not very big. I mean, it's almost just a sort of to stop your head lolling off the side, right? And it's got an engraving on it. It's beautiful. And then they crack. And they crack off, more to the point. Or they split. And so I repaired each and every frigging one of them. They've also got fancy elephant type feet, and with round glued on things, which the glue failed on that too, so guess who glued those back on. So did the table, which is why for the last 4 years the table's been resting on its legs, because not on its legs standing up, but on two of the legs that, so it's pointing upwards, so in fact the top of the table's facing away from me, because two of the legs needed gluing and I haven't needed the table since, so it's still sitting on the side over there in the other side of the room. Because that's what I do. So yeah, I am my father's daughter, and so I can do woodworking. Given a lathe, I could make a rudimentary lathe, but I am also capable of turning wood, so I could make some rudimentary furniture. I could make myself a spinning wheel. I could make, obviously, should we have some form of rush to the caves scenario, I could make a loom, I could make a spinning wheel, I could make clothing, I could make, right? I could survive the zombie apocalypse. I won't be able to outrun the buggers, because I'm as unfit as they come, but at the same time, I am worth saving, because I can help. I can also vaguely cook. So I would like to think that come the zombie apocalypse, I will be one of the winning on the winning team. So I kind of thank you for that, dog. We have the beans apparently. So yeah, that's my plan for the zombie apocalypse. Is that I will be saying, well, save me, I can make this, and hopefully that'll work. So that's the plan. And obviously, as Jasmine knits, that she will be able to knit things too. So, get a production team going. I actually think that sometimes it's surprising that if you can find out that there are an awful lot of people in your area that do a lot of things and you just wouldn't have known otherwise. But at the same time, so I know that there are spinners in my area, but the lady who hosts the spinning get-together is evil. She really is the rudest and narcissistic lady I've ever met. And of course it's usually held during work time, so makes it harder to join. And then the few times that I could have gone, having gone once, I will never be going again because I know what she's like, so I won't be doing that. So life's short, don't need that. I'd rather spin alone than go visit that. They also did have a couple of weavers there, but they were rigid heddle weavers, and I mean it with great respect to rigid heddle weavers because it's not my thing. But it's a bit like people who would knit, 3-inch square and then join them all together. All they can do is knit 3-inch squares. They couldn't do anything else. And rigid heddle weaving by default is not designed to do anything other than make plain weave cloth, and moreover, not usually designed to make reasonable cloth either. So it can do a tea towel, it can do scarves, but you would never make clothes out of it, really. You would never make, because it can't do fine enough threads that, to make anything. So, for example, the threads that I'm using here to do my lace making are known as 53 cotton, which is 50/3. So this is 50 times the one and 3 of them plied together. I could weave with this. Really could. I'm not keen on it because I can't be asked to thread that many bits of thread, but I could weave with this. And in fact, it is recommended for draw loom weaving that I do use something pretty much close to this. Oh, that's fine. I really could. I can get it. I can buy it. I just don't overly have the willpower to want to. But that, again, is my choice. Hang on, I'm going to count these. 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Just need to check how many of those are coming out the way. Anyway, so whereas pretty much you have to use knitting wool and bigger sized stuff, and you wouldn't really even use lace knitting wool sized stuff, especially on a rigid heddle, because you just can't get them thin enough. Even if you're prepared to manipulate all the threads by hand, and believe me, that is a ball ache that you really don't want to be signing up for in a hurry. If you'd wanted to make my fancy tea towels, you would have, you just wouldn't. Your brain would melt trying to do it. It's too complicated. And technically you can. Actually, I don't know if you can you? Yeah, technically you could. But you can't do 4 shaft stuff because it's only 2. So you then have to manipulate each of them by hand just to do the uppy downy bits for the normal 4-bit, let alone the bits to do the, flipping it over. And of course that then becomes a problem because when when you've got one lot up, well, in some of them you need them to be down, so you can't do that. So you would then literally have to manipulate every single thread every single time by hand, all of them. No, I think there were 600 threads for that t-shirt, for that tea towel. So it spent you like 3 hours going up, down, down, up, down, up, down, down, up, down, all the way across. It's going to take you years. And hence machines were made that made this easier, because, well, that's how it works. And I didn't add some, did I? No. So yeah, I love doing crafty things, and one of the things that we touched on earlier about, you know, mental health and all the rest of it, is that crafting is actually good for your mental health. Now, there are definitely things that I think are not so good for your mental health. You have to, especially when you start, once you're kind of a bit more of a seasoned pro at it, you've been doing it a while. Exactly, you know, that's much more of the thing, right? And loom weaving, I also do that, by the way, as well as tablet weaving, I also do that. Tablet weaving is a glorious, marvellous thing, and frankly is far superior on a lot of reasons, because you get a much smoother surface. Now, how do I explain this? Because, of course, you can't feel what I can. If you think of... these bad tea towel things are made out of 8/4 cotton, right? Which is quite chunky. But I like them because they absorb a lot of water. And I use this a lot for my ink-or weaving as well, because, well, why not? I've already got a shitload of it. It's, you know, hello. But when you make a band out of... See, these tea towels feel fairly smooth because they're using a twill pattern. When you have plain weave, you feel the up and down, you feel the individual bumps. And with ink-or weaving, and even if you're picking through the coloured threads to make the pattern, it still feels kind of rough. When you do tablet weaving, because you're twisting them, you're almost plying them together, but in a way so that the top colour is the colour that you wanted. And you hold them still with the weft threads. And as a result, it's really smooth to the feel. I do at some point, whenever I have enough time in my life, and I'm not too busy doing 20 other bits of crafting that my brain's gone, I want to make collars for my dogs. Because I could. More to the point, because I could make some collars for the dogs out of silk. More to the point, it's dog and I want to make it out of silk. God help my soul, but silk is very, very strong, and so dog collar would be appropriate for that. Ink-or weaving is a great and glorious thing. So is tablet weaving. I've got the kit to do backstrap loom weaving. Haven't tried that yet. I mean, the weaving portion's not the problem. For me, it's the autistic problem of once you've strapped yourself into it and you found a thing that you can attach it to that isn't going to, like, destroy your house, fall over, the dog's going to knock it, that, you know, all of those kind of things. That's a good plan. Guitar stroke ukulele straps are definitely a good plan. You know, there's quite a few guitarists in the world. My friend's got ukulele. He's shit at it, so we won't pretend that he's any good at it, but he's got one. He's got a number of guitars. I won't say he's good at that either, but, you know, his own words, he can't play, but, you know, we all have some of that after all. I own a cello. I'm pretty shit at that. Well, that's not true. I can play some tunes on the cello. I'm better on the cello than I ever was on the violin, I think. But for some reason, the cello, I think, because I bought a really cheap one, hasn't got the shape in the bridge that it should do, and it makes it very difficult to play. You see, that's a really good and practical thing to do. And I think that there's a lot of crafting things that you can do things like that. The problem with things like knitting is unless you're knitting scarves and gloves and stuff, and hats, you can't knit a jumper and take it to the festival, because chances are you'll turn up with, 20 small ones, 5 mediums and 2 large, and everyone who turns up is part related to a hippopotamus, and they don't even fit in the large ones, right? That would be me, by the way. But no, I don't need to do that with it. So there is this kind of, there are certain things you could do, order and I will make you, but you can't almost take it with you. Whereas things like camera straps, guitar straps, dog collars, you can make a crap load of them. And, while dog collars can be, need to be various sizes, because obviously what fits a Chihuahua will not fit a Cagney Corso or a pit bull, a proper American pit bull that's the size of a small bull. You can still make strips that you could cut to size. You could make strips that you give, you sell and say, work out how big it is, and then, crimp this here and it will stay there forevermore, kind of thing. You can do that with dog collars. You can make belts for trousers. You can, there is a lot you can do in advance. With lace making, because it's decorative, again, you're not really size constrained by things because it is purely decorative. Whether it's a bookmark, well, bookmarks, anything from this size to that size, chances are, you're not making a bookmark for A1 sized books here. So you can make bookmarks in advance. You can make coasters. You can make key rings. You can make Christmas decorations. You can make, all this sort of stuff in advance because, well, you can make it in advance. Weaving, if you're making tea towels, which is my preferred, I'm bored, what shall I make? Now, when it comes to knitting and crochet, my default make is blankets. Crap tons of blankets. Give me a ball of wool and a crochet hook, come back later and you'll find half a blanket, right? It's just my natural reaction is to make blankets out of it. And I possibly won't even know what I'm making until I'm halfway through it. So, because I just naturally make blankets. The one thing I haven't done yet, which I intended to do when I bought this loom. So when I bought this loom, as I said, I paid a lot of money for it. And I bought a really complicated draw loom. But what I also bought was a set of shafts for it so that I could make what is known as a Welsh blanket. Now, how do I explain Welsh blankets? Welsh blankets work a little on the similar vein to the botched tea towels that I showed you in some ways, where you have a pattern on one side and the reverse on the other. But it's not done using that technique. It's more complicated. Right, so you have what is known as a 2-block pattern spread over 4 blocks. You need 16 shafts to do it. And what you do is you either have block A up or not, or block B up or not, and off you go, right? And the Welsh blankets have traditional kind of patterns on it, and it is dinner time after all. So yes, I intend to make me a Welsh blanket because I really want a Welsh blanket. Because again, they are generally not made anymore. And I think, but I actually think it'll be a lot easier to do it with my draw loom setup. So I didn't need the 16 shaft, which was complicated because when I contacted the people who I bought it from and said, hi, I'm interested in buying one of these looms, and they went, okay. And I said, right, I want the 16 shaft one. Oh, they don't make one. Well, they do. No, they don't. So, and I said, well, they do. I've seen it talked about. I want the 16 shaft one because I want to make Welsh blanket. I want a 16 shaft loom because I want to 16 shaft loom. Well, don't argue, I'm, waving money at you here. Can you buy one? Oh, and by the way, I also want it to be a draw loom. Now, it turns out you can't have draw looms and 16 shafts on at exactly the same time. I think you probably could, but by default, they haven't worked out the calculations for it. And to be honest, the lady who makes them is so kind and wonderful. She probably would, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, she probably would have worked them out. But what she advised me to do was buy a second set of, because it's kind of modular and you could just place it on top, a 10 shaft one, so that I then had all the options in the world for the draw loom, because you really don't need more than 10. In fact, you probably don't usually need much more than 6, but we won't go into that. And so I had those, and obviously got all of those. That's great. And I bought that from her because she had a spare one that was cheaper for some reason. So saving money, all for some of that, saved some money. But the company I bought the loom from, they're a nice enough company. Don't get me wrong, to a large extent, they are a nice enough company. However, it could have been a more pleasurable experience. To the point, having bought it all, got it all, had to report to them that there were bits missing, having to report to them that they'd Welshed on the deal on their website, having, had to sort all these bits out. I went to a lovely bunch of Welsh lads, who are people who are really nice. If you are ever into weaving stuff, these dudes are really the best people. Anyway, I said to them, why don't you deal with this? And they went, oh, we can get in on it. And I went, bet you could if you asked now. And due to me suggesting it, they've had a reasonable amount of business. They've sold a couple of draw looms to people, and I've helped them talk to the people that, because they view me as the expert, and I'm kind of going, bitch, I've just because I bought one doesn't make me an expert here, but because I'm highly logical, it makes perfect sense to me. So in comparison to a lot of newbies, I always pick stuff up really, really quickly. So for example, here I am lace making. The truth of it all is I did 3 strips when I was a kid, and I started this up, September, October time. I made 3 or 4 bookmarks, and then I started this. So let's truly be honest here. I am not an expert, but it's a logical based thing. Therefore, I have picked it up, and it makes sense to me. And so I can explain it. I can help people with it because it makes sense. If it did not make sense to me, I would not be anywhere near this, and I would have, given up in a fit of rage by now. But to me, an awful lot of these things are, crafting is generically logical. So I pick up most crafts really quickly. Too quickly, almost. When I took up crochet, I woke up one day and my brain had gone, I want to crochet. So I bought some crochet crap and started crocheting. I found a website that said, here's how to make a really ugly doily. So I made an ugly doily. Mainly because I feel all doilies are ugly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I went, I see the point. I see how you did that. Basically, it was a thing called fillet. So you make little squares, and you either colour in the square or you don't to make the fill in the pixels. So a bit like my weaving, you either have on or off to make your pretty bands. I can make my own pattern, thought me, because it's only pixels. So I did, and I made something, and this woman posted, I can possibly do that, and I've been doing this 20 years, and I'm like, what? You can't colour in squares on a sheet of paper? Really? Okay. I'm sure you could. And so I've always struggled because, to me, an awful lot of people, I think, hamper themselves with their crafting by not being prepared to give it a go. Now, as we know, the problem with, say, lace making is it is not a quick and glorious thing. If I was doing something like this out of crochet, I probably would have done it in a week. Seriously, if I wanted to make a neck curtain, I could probably do it in a week. Even if I was using similar sized thread, to be honest. Maybe a couple of weeks for a similar sized thread. But the truth of the matter is with crochet, you know, if you would make it in one piece, and I could make a very similar pattern and just go for it. Really could. And it's just, I mean, I designed this pattern. I'm sorry, I've been lace making for what, 12 days or something, and I made my own lace curtain pattern because I'd seen a pattern, I liked the pattern, but I didn't like all of the pattern, so I changed it. And then when I changed it, because these didn't fit in the previous size gap, I had to resize the gap. So I moved it all around a bit, changed a few things, changed a few more things, went, actually I quite like that now. There's a good thing. It's... And it was no more than that. It really wasn't. And so I say I designed this. I did. But at the same time, I was piggybacking off something that someone else had done, and it is a variant on a theme. And I've never pretended that it's not a variant on a theme, because I've shown the original square that sparked the idea. I made a square. It was an alright square, but it was... And my brain went, hey, if you made a shit out of those, you could make a curtain out of that. Am I regretting the fact that you will be able to see the squares? Yes. Am I in a position to... Was I in a position when I started this to make an item that was sufficiently wide enough that I could do it without the squares? No. So, squares it is. I now have a bolster cushion that means I could arguably make it in one go. And in fact, there is a picture, I've shown this picture before, of a woman who she was making what I would call a lace overlay for a shirt, but she was building it into the shirt, so it would be attached at the seams. But she basically made a lace shirt with like a shirt underneath it so that you didn't show your bits through it. She did that on a bolster cushion. She had, I think I calculated it's got to be 2,000 bobbins. First of all, while I have 2,000 bobbins, not the same kind, and I would want them to be the same kind because I don't have OCD, but there are things that just would piss me off. What are you doing, dogs? Are you wrecking my shit pile? Did you wreck part of my shit pile? Yes, I know I planned to tidy it up in the last 3 weeks and I didn't. But it's my shit pile. I can choose not to because I hate tidying up. It makes me incredibly depressed. And in fact, I did tidy a little bit of my shit pile. I threw away one bin bag and made a big pile of recyclables from it because it is mainly packing material, I need to point out. It's not actually a shit pile. Rory, get your nose out of the biscuit box because I know that's what it is, but there's no biscuits in it, okay? I ate them. Yes, I did. And, well, I sat down to do it, and all I had was the face of Rory, because Rory noticed that I was feeling miserable, because Rory is a little nurse. Rory, get your face out of it. Rory is truly a nurse. He was a nurse in a former life. He, in fact, truly is Rory Williams from Doctor Who. Come on. Are you coming up or are you just being annoying? You're coming up. Come on. Come on. I can see you. Come on. Come on. Up you come. Come on. Come on. There's dog butts. There we go. Here we go. That's not really practical, little man. Sitting under my armpit. It's not really, practical of you, Roy. Amy, it doesn't need your help either. No. I love you dearly, but it does not need your help. No, it does not. Ow, don't bite my nose, cow. Did you nibbled my nose? Bite your brother. So yeah, when I sat down to tidy my shit pile, I spent 20 minutes trying to get Rory out of my face because he already knew I was miserable. And I hadn't even touched it yet. And so it took a very long time to achieve very little. But I did technically tidy some of my shit pile. Just not the other 6 foot and, you know, kind of square of the shit pile that there actually is. So with that in mind, I really ought to do my shit pile. And I keep going, right, well, I should do it first thing in the morning because come the afternoon, I'll want to do some lace making. And come the evening, I'll be tired and I won't be in the mood. So if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it first thing in the morning. And then I get up and I do something and then it's afternoon and then I haven't done any. So, yeah, my shit pile has not exactly dwindled quite the way I intended. And I did properly intend to do something with it. It really was properly intended to be diminished, if not eradicated. Eradication was unlikely. Rory, can you not lean on my arm? Fanning about with pins is hard enough without a 20-something kilo dog leaning on your arm. Thank you. So yes. But he literally face planted me. Well, he kind of did his alien face hugger thing. So I literally, all I could see was his stomach. And when I did finally manage to get him off my stomach, he was kind of right there in my face. So it took a long time before I got to actually do anything to my pile. But that's the way it goes. Now, this is wider than it is taller, so we will work downwards and do the downwards thing, which means you do not look like 12 pairs of bobbins. You are the bottom one, you are the next one. It is. It's the right number of bobbins, it's always a bonus. So, we need to get this sorted. Right. So, where else? But yes. Bless little Rory. He is very, very aware of my moods. Which is nice. And annoying all in one go. Bless his little fur. He's gone outside now. So, with his sister to do annoying things, probably. Because that's what they do. They're dogs. So yes. It's nice to have fellow crafties and people to talk to. I've missed having people to talk to, especially about crafting things. I do find it hard sometimes to sit here when there's no one to talk to, or more accurately, no one having a conversation with me. And I'm just trying to spew off random rubbish occasionally to break the silence. And I do think that it makes it hard for anyone who comes in the channel, because if there isn't a conversation in chat and there isn't a conversation going on, it doesn't encourage them to join in. And I think they then leave, which, you know, can't blame them. It's a bit repetitive after all. And, you know, to be honest, I don't view this hugely as a spectator sport. Just undoing this bobbin unnecessarily because she only needs it for about another three twists, but never mind. It is, and so I do feel sorry for people who aren't quite sure what they're expecting and arrive to watch me sitting in silence sometimes and you know, flicking my bobbins about the place, and they don't necessarily feel to ask questions because it's too quiet and that maybe no one said anything for ages, and so it kind of, I think it discourages them a little from joining in. But then, you know, I don't exactly have, you know, masses of viewers, so part of me is pleased to that. The autistic brain cells are quite pleased in some ways, but at the same time would kind of like it if there were a few more. It's a kind of a fine balance, I think, because if there were too many more, you can come out there. Stick you in. No, stick you in. If there were too many, that would be overwhelming for me, and I would find it difficult. At the same time, I find it awkward when there are none, because, well, it's just awkward. And so, yeah, I struggle. I struggle with, I'd like some more, but I don't want too many more. But I'd like a few, I'd basically like a handful more nice people, please. That's what I'd really like. There is part of me that kind of goes, well, if I've made it so that the bots come, which the bots do come, maybe I've made it enough. But at the same time, you know, they're bots. It's not exactly, you know, it's not like, you know, you've been mentioned in Time magazine or something, you know. It is purely bots, and they've gone through and probably gone to everybody online and this feels a little close to the edge, but I think that's probably because those threads feel a little enclosed onto the area of work. Let's see if we can encourage them out the way a little bit more. There. Is it really 6:30, blimey? But we are nearly finishing the square. That didn't go to plan. So let's try that again. This one's really bent, but never mind. Right, you two are ready to be sewn out. You be done. And we shall do them when we get to the end of this block. Assuming we haven't lost our marbles by then. Which is, you know, a possibility after all. I have previous for that. What are you two doing? Amy? I was asking what you were doing, not can you molest me? There is a very different sentence in that. Yes, there is. Humph. Ah! Eat more. What? You've had food, I have not. Okay? I fed you. I did. I know it was a little while ago, but I fed you. I have not fed me. Little one. You're being annoying. Oh, no! Get your neck, get your... You want to help? Yes, I know. You want to help. But it's not really a helpful dog thing. No. And if you catapult those pins on the floor, I will not be happy. No. But you are being quiet and having a hug. So I must praise you about how good you're being. Yes. Because you don't normally. Normally you're a royal pain in the butt, aren't you? Yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Come on, off you go. Right. Oh, whiny wine. It is a problem. Storage is for all these crafts, because one of the good things I quite like about, part of the reason I use 8/4 cotton for inkle louving and weaving is because it means they share and I don't have separate stashes. The biggest problem with lace making is that, well, it tends to use finer threads than you generally want to use for normal weaving, so I really need a new stash for that. And then, as you say, there's the knitting stash. There is the spinning stash. There is the and you know, I am blessed with being single, because this does mean that while I live in a 4-bedroom house, I basically have 3 rooms that I may use as storage. Plus, it also means that my dining room, well, what was formerly known as a dining room, is now my weaving room, because it's got my loom in it, which fills the room, frankly. So with that in mind, it's, you know, it being single is a good thing. But it still has limitations because, you know, you still never seem to have enough storage space. And always the want for more things. Because, well, you've got this, and then you've got that, and then you've got those things related to that, and then that and that. These things cross between the two, so you can't kind of go, well, this is the knitting room, this is the weaving room, because it doesn't quite work like that, because, of course, they share things. And it is a complicated business storing all of this stuff, because you want it all in a fairly, you know, fairly warm but not too warm, and a dry but not too dry, because then any wooden things go warpy, but then you don't want damp for the same reason, and then you've got tubs of things, but then you can't see in the tubs of things, so you need kind of shelving, but then it gets dusty, so you'd have to clean the things, and that's not necessarily a thing you want either, because cleaning sucks. And it just seems that there is no perfect answer for these things. Unless you're in Star Trek. And that becomes the problem because, you know, if you have tubs of stuff, now I have tubs of 8/4 cotton. In fact, I've got 8/4 cotton coming out of the wazoo. I have about 6 bags of it in the hall, along with about 5 tubs of it in the hall. My hall's kind of crowded, because my hallway's not that big. And, you know, you do all of this, but the truth of the problem... And that again becomes sacrilegious because, you know, you never want to get rid of books because books are always good. I mean, you can get rid of like the trashy romance novels if you've read them because you've read them. But anything that's kind of a more how-to book or a pattern book I mean, I'm looking at my pile of lace making books that I haven't read a single thing of, but I've still got probably 30 books on lace making. Because, well, inspiration and all that. And then, of course, I've got the weaving book pile, which is huge. It's like a metre long plus of weaving books. I haven't read them? No. Doesn't matter. In my old house, I've got kind of a metre of crochet and knitting books. Because, well, why in the hell not? It becomes a problem because, as you say, you've then got to move things to get to the other things, and then when you move them, you discover things, and then in discovering the things, you get sidetracked from the thing you were originally looking for, and you go in looking for some green yarn, and you come out, you know, having decided that you're going to reinvent the universe. So it is a complicated world we crafters lived in, because we are very easily sidetracked with, ooh, pretty yarn, and... you know, that's all it really takes, to be fair. But you do sit there with this kind... Well, yeah, I think anything that has proper patterns in it, or explains techniques that maybe you haven't done for 10 years, that is a valid thing. So, for example... while I very much understand how you add sequins and beads to lace, I have never actually done it. Although I do have beads to add. I'm not quite sure I've put them, she says, thinking about it. But I have beads to add. And I intend to do a little bit of bead adding to some lace. Because sparkles. And again, I think, odd as it's going to sound, as I explained, I'm not a girly girl. I don't do pink. I don't do flowers. I don't do a lot of things. Certainly do not wear skirts or dresses. I mean, I wore a dress when I got married. And I wore a dress to my best mate's wedding. Well, actually, I didn't. I wore a dress, discovered that I hadn't had the update to the invite, so I missed his wedding and got to the reception, but I was distinctly unhappy because I missed my best mate's wedding. I was very unhappy about that, and I've still not forgiven myself, and it's got to be... How long have they been married now? Well, their kid's 20-something years old, so it gives you an idea. And it took quite a few years before kid arrived, so... it's got to be 25 plus years they've been married. And I still have not forgiven myself for missing them getting married, even though technically it was not my fault. But it was, those are the only 2 times in my entire adult life I've worn a dress. I don't wear dresses. I don't do skirts. Oh, I hate them. So it's kind of... I don't do girly things, but I think lace is kind of my ode to girliness in that sense, in that, like that bookmark I made, the second Bucks Point bookmark I made, the really fancy one with the little flowers and the lozenge things in the middle. I really like that, not because it's got flowers on it, but I really enjoyed making it because it's a different technique. It involved a lot of things that I don't do as part of this. Now, as a later teenager, I won't go as far as saying an adult, but a later teenager, I did have a maroon floor-length wool dress. And it was almost medieval in style, in the kind of, long swooping arms. It had kind of the very Hollywood style medieval, for want of a correction of that. But, it was a very kind of almost medieval style dress. And I did kind of like that because it had a proper circular skirt, so it was never restrictive. No matter what you were doing, it was not a problem. It was good for that. But it was also nice and warm, and as you say, it was very comfy. So I loved that. I probably wouldn't wear one now because my legs would get cold. My legs do get cold. And in fact, I was thinking earlier about, I recently changed my slippers to boots for slippers. They are designed as slippers, but they're boots with fluffiness, and they keep my ankles warm. Exactly, I was up trees and doing handstands, and, well, frankly, skirts and dresses suck for that too. So, I've not really, not being a particularly girly hobby kind of... I mean, crafting is a little bit more potentially girly, but it is not gender specific. There are some very amazing male crafters in nearly every craft that I do. So, I am not gonna claim that this is a girly thing to do. I know, obviously, things like crochet. When people hear the word crochet, they think of granny squares and granny crocheting them and making you really minging blankets out of it. Or ugly, ugly, ugly 70s clothes out of it. But it doesn't have to be. Like all of these things is, yes, you can. You can crochet doilies that no one uses, and because we're not 1970. And yes, you can do a lot of these things. Oh, children. She does this to him because he won't let her in, so she's had to work out for herself how to open the door. Now, he used to open the door, but occasionally he kind of goes, I can't do it. So she goes and bumps the door open for him and then gives him shit for being lazy and not opening the door for himself. So that's what that's about. All of the growly, you're lazy bugger, you know. Usual brother and sister crap, frankly. Because, of course, they are actual brother and sister, and it's not their brother and sister because they're male and female dogs that I own. They are actually brother and sister. They're litter mates. So battles are more common and to be expected, and can be far more violent, is more to the point. And blood does happen. Chunks do happen. Much earlier this month, was it this month or the end of last month? He did something, took a slice out of her leg. I think it was with a claw, but ripped a great chunk out of her leg. Well, slashed the skin. It wasn't actually a chunk, but did a V-shaped slash of her skin, which took ages to heal. Because, of course, being a flap, it didn't want to flap, you know. Joy of dog. Yes, you. No, I don't need your help, Rory. No, I don't. I don't need your help, Amy, either. Can you two get out of it? Go outside and bite things. I know it's dark, but it's obviously not weathery, or you wouldn't have gone out. So, go outside and do things. Where's Dino? Where's Dino? We have two favourite toys, Dino and Gecko. Dino's hers, Gecko's his. And they chose them, and they are very, very much his is Gecko, hers is Dino. She pulls a serious face when he's touching Dino, and he pulls a pretty impressive face when she's got Gecko. So it's, you know, it does work both ways. Where's Dino? I'll tell you he's on the landing. I can. I know he's on the landing. Go find Dino. No, I haven't got him. I have the pink ball in my pocket that you don't know about. Yes, I do. They didn't see. But yes, I have the pink ball that you don't know about. Where's Dino? Where's Dino? Where's Gecko? I think he's upstairs with Dino, actually. Charlie would have gone and got him by now. He would. Yes, I do. I do rub that into you. Charlie would have gone and got him. And you two do know what things are. I know you do. My dogs know what things are because when they've got things, I say, "Oh, you've got," and then name it. So they do associate the words with the things. And for some, it's always been amusing. When I lived with my ex-husband, I could say, "Where's Trev?" and the dog would go and find him. When he said, "Where's Liz?" the dog would look at him funny because, of course, he didn't do it very often. He didn't do it often enough, and of course. I would say things like, "Where's Trev?" and then go and look for him. So the dog then associated going and finding Trevor with "Where's Trevor?" And so, of course, if I said "Where's Trevor?" he'd go and find him. And the number of times we'd be on a dog walk and you'd catch up with someone and their dog, and they'd have a ball or something and they'd drop it and walk off, and the owner would go, "Oh, he's left his ball behind, I don't know where it is." And I go, "Charlie, where's the ball?" And Charlie would go back, literally run back to the exact point where this dog had left whatever it was and bring it back, all proud of himself, because he was a clever little man. And he was not as annoying as you. No, he was not. Charlie would have slept through this. He would. Yes, Rory. He would have slept through this. Thank you for the kisses. Yes, thank you. Amy, I don't need you on my shoulder like a parrot. No, I don't. That's where you are. Yes. Hello. Hello. Yes. There's too much dog. I have too much dog. I need less dog. Thank you. And if you're going to battle, can you... Oi! We do not have those words in this house. Thank you. I don't know what either of you did, but you two do not... We do not do doggy swearing in this house like that. That was nearly a chomp and blood, that was. We do not be doing that. Thank you. Otherwise, I will bite people, and that will get worse. Don't annoy him. And don't answer back. If you're coming up, come up. If you're not coming up, sod off. Those are your choices, Rory. It is. Those are your choices. Are you coming? Come on then. Come on. Come on. Get the other half of you up. Really? Is that's your token effort, is it? That's not the right pair. This feels all wonky. Wow. Hello, thank you. Thank you for the raid. I feel really honoured. And slightly embarrassed. Thank you very much. Welcome to the new people. This may be a bit of a surprise for you. I don't know whether Bandit has warned you as to what I was doing before you arrived. But welcome to the channel. I am making a net curtain out of bobbin lace, which is frankly quite daft and very questionable on sanity, but I'm doing it anyway. I do appreciate the raid though, thank you very much. It is nice to have some peoples. So yes, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, because as I say, I don't know quite what you were made aware of before you arrived, so if you have no idea what's going on, feel free to ask me. I can see your raid message. I see your raid message. And it doesn't say that it's stopped it. Oh, that's a good thing. So hopefully people aren't too slightly kind of weirded out finding themselves in the middle of some lace making. That's a good thing. We like that. Always helps when people don't, it's not. Ah, that's possibly what it was. I see. Yes. No, yeah, my neck curtain is definitely a questionable part of sanity, I think. But I'm doing it anyway, so I'm doing it in small squares. So I'm going to be making, hang on, let me press the button. I am making 18 squares, and I've done nearly 3. This is the end of the third one I'm making. So I have many more to go. And yeah, I have lost my marbles twice so far, but it's fine. I found them again so far, but it is proving to be mentally challenging, especially the whole finishing thing. Apparently, while I'm quite okay at the starting and working of the lace object, the finishing of a lace object is somewhat not a skill that I'm so good at. In fact, distinctly ungood at it comes to mind. I suck. So yes, and with my 2 furry helpers, it really does tend to lead to utter chaos. But with any luck, we will sew this little pile off before the end of the stream. Well, there's no reason why I wouldn't finish it before the end of the stream, let's put it that way. That I can see, unless my back goes mad in the meantime. So, far too many bobbins. Let's scoot you round a bit. And you round a bit more. There we go. Ooh, and a pin. I'm forever stabbing myself with pins. I am cat-handed, so I am very good at stabbing myself with pins. I seem to pick them up by putting my finger in the pot and going, ow! And there'll be a pin stuck in my finger. That'll be the one I use then, says me, This seems to be how it works. Well, unfortunately, this is how my brain works, and this is more to the point why I'm documenting this particular project, because prior to making this, I made 3 strips when I was 10 years old. I'm 52 now. And about 4 bookmarks. So I am not the world's most experienced person, but my brain does this. It wakes up and it decides it wants to insert some crafting technique stroke hobby. And sometimes it's new ones, sometimes it's revisiting ones that I haven't done in a really long time. And lace making fell into that, because obviously I did do 3 little strips when I was a kid. But I also don't remember ever finishing any of the strips as a kid. I think we just kind of chopped the bobbins off and tied it in a knot. Not quite the same thing. And well, so here I find when I wake up and my brain went, well, I want to do lace making. Great brain. But I'm not a lace kind of girl. I don't have lace on my clothes. I don't have lace on my curtains. I wouldn't know what to do with a piece of lace if you gave it to me. So it then has to be something I'd use. Now, bookmarks would be great, except I have a Kindle. I don't tend to do books. I do Kindle. So I don't need bookmarks. And so I racked my brains as to what I could make, because clearly making something for myself is... I tend to make things and give them away. But I decided I really ought to make myself something. And what I came up with was based upon a tablecloth. I would make squares, sew them together, and call it neck curtain. Now, it's not going to be the prettiest neck curtain because it's going to have squares in it, and they will stand out like patchwork squares do. it's not going to blend seamlessly into one homogeneous item. It is going to be squares, which is why Brain's already going, oh, but we could do another one now, because now you've got the bolster cushion that's wide enough, you could do it in one piece. But I do not have enough bobbins to do that. And too many bobbins give me anxiety. Now, I've already sewn off 18 pairs of bobbins from here, so this is the thinned herd, shall we call it. The bobbins are in a tin on my desk. Well, the idea of enough bobbins to make a 43cm by 97cm net curtain do somewhat trigger anxieties that I never really knew I had. I wouldn't consider myself an overly anxious person. I do occasionally have anxious moments, but they're about sensible things like when I didn't get paid this month and how would I pay the bills. That's a reasonable anxiety because, well, that's a big deal. I don't generally have anxieties, except piles of bobbins. Piles of bobbins give me anxiety, and I can't explain it. It's not anxiety as I think the world's going to end. It's not anxiety in that well, it is. There is. It's a bit like being scared of fire. It's justifiable, frankly. I mean, I'm not scared of fire, but I'm not going to leap into it for fun, right? And frankly, being anxious about a considerable number of bobbins is kind of falls into the same kind of thing. Is that it's not an unreasonable thing to be anxious about. Now, if I mooch around on my computer briefly and see if I can find it, because I have a picture that kind of summarises somewhere. I'm sure it's over here. No, that wasn't it. But it's round here somewhere. No. Is that it? Let me open that. That doesn't look it. No, that's a map. That's not it. Somewhere around here. I have... I mean... Yeah, that'll do. That's close enough. That's kind of close enough. She says pressing button and nothing happened. Congratulations. This. Look at those piles of bobbins, right? And look at the tiny things she's working on. Now, admittedly, she is either using Flanders or Binch. I know I'm probably pronouncing that Binch wrong, but it's got an I in it, so it's Binch to me. Just look at those bobbins. This gives me the creeps. I mean, she's got some sticks and they're all fairly well pinned down, except for the ones you notice that are near the front of the camera, where there's like one dangling off the table there that's through a stick, but not through a stick because it's made a break for freedom. And frankly, and she's got an equal number of bobbins the other side, to be perfectly honest. This gives me the willies. Take care. See you next time. Have fun. Always pleasure to have you here. Glad you got your spinning done, and hope you enjoy your meal. But yeah, you look at those bobbins, and those bobbins just make me anxious because I have dogs. They've knocked my bobbin pillow over a couple of times, and chaos has ensued. The first time they did it, I cried. I actually cried because I had not absolutely stuck everything in a stick. And there was mangling and tangling and breakage of thread and well, I cried. So I have since generally learnt that, you know, where humanly possible, sticks, more sticks. But like she's got there, she's got a working bit in the middle, but you almost need 3 tables to put the piles of bobbins on out the way. I mean, I've got a fairly wide pillow here, because I really do. This pillow is a reasonable width. I mean, you know, I've got about, so I'd say it's a 22-inch square-ish kind of pillow. This is a reasonable width. But even doing this tiny 5.25-inch square, the bobbins get annoying because they get near the bottom and they get near the sides and they dangle off the sides a bit. I mean, seriously, she's got like 6-inch tall pile of bobbins on either side. No! So the idea of working on a 43 centimetre wide thing, which, bear in mind, looking at what she's got, is probably, 9, 10? Well, if it's any consolation, when I did some lace making as a child, I too was very successful at that. First of all, everything I made twiddled. And when I mean twiddled, it literally came off and screwed itself up into a little thin strip and wouldn't stay flat for love nor money. I also never finished them at the bottom and made a neat edge. We just chopped them off and tied a knot in it. So I suck at finishing. Now, it's not here. It's in a pot. Let me see if I can find you the picture of it, because that'd be much easier for life. It's on my phone, but that's no good to you. Let me Instagram and find a picture for you. There we go. Let me do this and that, and you should now see. No, the edges, frankly, are a thing to behold, and for some reason you are not seeing the picture. Let me see if I can work out why not, because you should be. I mean, I'm not. Why is it whenever you click on things in Windows these days, it doesn't bring up the one window you want? Properties. Oh, it's because I had to change it obviously at some point. There we go. So let me make this a bit bigger so it doesn't look quite scrap. This is a Bucks Point bookmark I made earlier this month. This is all torchon. Sorry, not that you can see it now, but the work that for my neck curtain is torchon, and I decided to learn Bucks Point. I got, except for all the mistakes in it, but yes, I'm sure you will all appreciate that. Mistakes are mistakes. Well, let me show you the first Buck Point thing that I made. She said it'll be on here somewhere. There he is. Right. This was my first Bucks Point thing, and I tried to do picots. First of all, I don't like picots, even as a look. They look like bad pinholes. They look like pinholes that you fudged up, right? Secondly, these look like really fudged pinholes to the point, but it makes it look like it's 100 years old because they're all slightly frayed looking and mangled. It makes it look like it's a 100-year-old bookmark. It's not. And by the way, this thing is tiny. This thing is about if you hold up your first and middle finger, they would cover that bookmark. This is the world's smallest bookmark, and doing the GIMP on it was slightly annoying. But I did like it. I really quite liked it, and all the rest of it. By the way, I also occasionally do random cross stitch and other arty things. But I have been somewhat sidetracking myself with, because I've got 18 of these squares to make, I do struggle with, my brain could get bored, so I have done some alternative things, and the Bucks Point has proved to be really good. And a lot of my brain is now going, but you could make a neck curtain in one piece out. And I need to remember the 96,000 million bobbins. I don't have enough bobbins of the same kind. Now, I have a truck full of bobbins. I mean, I worked out I have over 1,000 bobbins, okay? Because I have different varieties of bobbins. And there's 200 and something Midlands bobbins with spangles. For those who are still not quite sure, this is a Midlands bobbin with a spangle, the spangle being the annoying beady wire thing on the end that I hate with every atom of my soul, and my sanity will not let me use them. So there's 200 bobbins out of the 1,000 odd that I won't be using. So I have done a number of variety of more plain bobbins along the way. We have experimented with bobbins. and some are fatter, some are thinner. One thing I have discovered is a couple of the bobbin types that I have that I actually really quite like. The neck here where you wind your thread on is tapered, so you wind it on the fat end, and over the course of you doing the work it slides up and goes all baggy and ties itself in knots, which is not something we need in, you know, because this just means you get grumpy. So with that in mind, they are not prime bobbins for this. These bobbins are really cool. They're quite practically cheap. I can buy them from Germany for a reasonable amount of money. So I have quite a few of these. I think I've got about, I don't know, 350 of these. But that's not enough to make a 43 centimetre wide bit of lace. That's just not enough. So I'd possibly have to buy more. Don't really want to be buying more bobbins. But I do have a habit of making big items, and it's what my brain does. You know, I taught myself to crochet. I made a doily. My ex-husband then demanded, because I'd made a doily, that I knitted him a jumper. Clearly, you know, the fact that knitting is 2 sticks and crochet is 1 stick kind of was beyond his mathematical skills. Now, by his own standards, probably yes. He is the first person to admit that his mathematical skills are very, very poor. In fact, he does all of his addition and multiplication on dice faces in his head, which is probably why it doesn't work, because we're not in base 6, love. So, because he does use 6-sided dice as well. Don't ask. But it is one of those things, is that I do tend to go for big projects, because my next project for crochet was a king-size blanket. And this is kind of what I do. I do something, and to be fair to yourself, if you can knit 5 stitches, you can knit 5,000 stitches. If you can crochet 5 stitches, you can crochet 5,000 stitches. It is just a question of time and effort. So the size of the project, I do not feel anxiety over. I am a little concerned about how I'm going to join the squares together at the end, and because obviously once you've joined them, they're kind of joined, and if they look really khaki, then, well, it's going to look a bit khaki. So I am a little bit concerned by that. But we are progressing anyway, because, well, we won't know until we get to the end, after all. So, yeah. But my brain keeps doing but I want to do it in one piece. And I do have a bolster pillow big enough to do it in one piece now. I managed to find one, which is a thing of beauty, after all. I'm not sure it would photo very well for doing stream work, because obviously you work on it's a spherical thing, and I would be working more on the front of it, and my light is that side of it, and it can't really sit this side of it because, well, I'm here, and there isn't really room for both of us. It could sit to one side, but then it would be awkward to try and get the camera at an angle that didn't look sucky, because when you rotate it, it just seems to go a bit nuts. It doesn't seem to work as well. It should, I should be able to put the light here, say here, and have it rotated 90 degrees, but it doesn't seem to kind of keep the format properly. And of course it would then be lengthways, and it would look a bit funny. So I don't know. And I'd probably headbutt the light like 6,000 times a video, because, well, that's what would be it would be in my way. It would be closer. It would be in the way. I headbutt this in half. Because occasionally I have to lean in and look and see what the hell I did, because I've screwed it up somehow. And in doing that, I inevitably headbutt the light. So that's enough of a problem, to be honest. but I still want to do it. I might do it off camera, have it as an off camera project, but then I think I would probably spend too much time doing that and not enough time doing anything on camera. And I have considered whether doing so would be doing more of a catch up with how I've got to. So almost like video myself doing it, but not live. And then, you know, this week's highlights were, you know, kind of moment. But I don't think that would really work. Because part of the reason I am videoing every waking moment of this project is because my brain likes doing the big things, and it is a big thing, and I've worked out that this is likely to take me over a year, and it's over a year of making 72 potentially identical triangles. And in making 72 potentially identical triangles, I'm going to get bored of it because, well, they're identical. And to be honest, I can't imagine you lot wanting to watch 72 identical triangles either. So with that in mind, I have had side projects such as the Bucks Points bookmarks, which I've really enjoyed, and I've got more bookmarks. I've got folders of bookmarks and Bucks Point and a few torsion things in there as well, but there's quite a lot of Bucks Point in there. I bought them off someone off eBay. Obviously, say Granny died and this was her collection. I did miss out on one folder that I really, really wanted, but I got the other two, so I was quite pleased with that. You're finished with, and now we stick, because we're going to tie up some of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. We managed to put 6 in here. 5 goes in here better, but this is the only other advantage of thinner bobbins, is more bobbins go in a stick, and you need either less sticks or you get more sticks to the bobbin, and it just, you can keep them in pattern chunks. So you go around there. You get around there because we want you well out the way for this. Now we get to the bit that I struggle with a lot, which is sewing of bobbins. But we found yesterday a way to make it less painful for me. I don't know whether it's any better or not, but so I have some thin holders like we saw in the lady in the picture. I've got quite a few of those, but because they're quite thin, they don't stabilise your bobbins as well. These are from Etsy. Let me grab you the link, because they were not ridiculously expensive. I mean, they're not cheap, but they're not, you know, get a mortgage. And I bought quite a few of them because, well, I bought quite a few of them. So, for example, here's a pile. Hang on. So there's different patterns. There's 5 patterns. 1, 2, 3. No, that one. 4. And no, that's the same as that one. Oh, there's one more somewhere. There is a 5th one anyway. So there are different patterns. Sadly, it's only on one side. I would have liked it a little more if they were on both sides, but it doesn't really matter. Let me get you the link, because they are a thing of beauty and they work really, really well. And you could make them yourself. You really, really could. But at the same time, these, oh, hopefully the link works. So these were what I got, and I like them very much because they're wide. They come with a spare elastic. You know, unlike most crafting things where even the simplest things are ridiculously expensive, these were not cheap, but they were not, you know, mortgageable, which is, you know, a blessing. I mean, as a weaver, the most expensive thing in my mind is a warping board. A warping board is a picture frame with some chunks of broom handles sticking out of it. It's about... But when you're being charged £150 for a frame that doesn't even have to be square, so it could be, you know, at an angle, it doesn't have to be square. It's just as long as you can take the same route every time. The broom handle does need to be perpendicular to the actual thing, but other than that, it can be a stupid shape, doesn't really matter. £150 for basically something you'd have made as an 8-year-old in woodshop. And I'm sorry, but fleecing comes to mind. You are fleecing the price of that. That is an unnecessary amount of cost. Now, these are the ones that I struggle with the most. Why? Really simply, because these end in a point, these end in a point, and you're not tying directly to each other. But I have a plan, and I'm going to stick to my plan. Where's my skizzers? I need my skizzers. So I'll need scissors because we will be chopping the bobbins. Ooh, I need my tin to throw the bobbins in because otherwise they run away. Hang on. This is my tin of bobbins to be sorted later with yesterday's bobbins in it. And there they all are, look. So there's yesterday bobbins. And we are going to lengthen you slightly. And we're going to chop you off because, well, we have got to that point of day. You two go in there. We will not chop you off just yet so that we can tell you apart. I will take my glasses off because I'm as blind as a bat. I will extract the pin out of the hole. If I get my finger in. Pokey stick through the hole. This is what I really suck at. Don't they? Oh, that's a bit pantsy. Kind of surprised actually. But I'm pretty sure if you wave them at someone you know, because there's plenty of people over there with the laser wood cutters and engraving things, and that's all it is really. Because they're not tapered. It's the only feedback I did give them is that this end could do with being tapered. They are literally just strips of wood, two holes to put pins in to hold it still, and they're not even tapered. But they do come with, as I say, a spare piece of elastic, so should you manage to total a piece of elastic, they gave me a spare one. And so, to be honest, it's definitely doable. As someone capable of... This is going to be annoying. I did specifically add the extra pinhole here so that I would argue to make this easier. See, what in my mind, this needle needs to be a custom unit with a point on the end, with a hole behind it, and then a shaft, so that you can stab it through the stupid little hole with the pointy bit, and have the big heavier bit follow behind. Yay! I've made it! Right. You two then go through here, which is why it's easier without the bobbins, because now I don't have to fight 6 bobbins through the hole, although I do need to make sure I go through both bits of string. You then get under some tension. You come back through the hole, please, not where I'm the pin. I managed to do this at the time. Come on, back through the hole. Back through the hole. Come through the hole. There's no reason why you can't come through that hole. You're being silly. Going through the hole. The hole is big enough. You can come through the hole. Probably should have done each thread this time. That's just not the way life works. No, dog, I don't need help. Especially not dog help. Yeah, fine. Do you want it a time then? Yeah, fine. Do you want it a time then? See? Now you can come. Now you're in the mood, but now I've got to fight you to go back through the hole. Really want to do. I suck at this bit. And I do apologise if you're getting a good close up of my head. But I am incredibly short-sighted, and I find that I need to stick my head in things for me to be able to see them for it all to work. Now, I believe that's through the same bit of the hole. I can't tell, there's no this string thread. Now we can pull you back through. See, now you're both through. Quite the same bit of hole, but it's close enough. And now we chop you. And we tie knots. And I'm sure lace makers around the world are crying because I tie knots, but I tried sewing them and frankly take care, thank you for coming. I appreciate each and every person who comes and talks to me. So, thank you very much. Sleep well. So, now, we need to tie you in a knot. And we do. I hear Nautica in my head. Alright. Actually, we need to put the pin back first. Getting away from yourself. You need to go in there. Where's my pin pusher? You need to be in there. So we need this to be as close to this as we could be, and then you go around this way. Right. One down, 6,902 to go. One thing we can do is take these pins out here because, well, you're not doing anything useful now. Pin out. Now, I like taking pins out because it means you can see what I've done. And then all mistakes come to light, which is usually how it works. I like the fact that I didn't twist all of those. I only found those out when I was pulling the pins, of course. Because even though I was looking what I was doing and I thought I twisted them all, apparently I didn't. I managed not to. It's either that or somehow I untwisted them all. Which is also, of course, a possibility. And discover that half my rose grinder not the right shape or something. They're too late, they're coming out. I've tied most of those off, so too late for that. And these pins are, I hate these pins. These pins are really fine pins, and they don't stick to my fingers because my fingers are dry, but they're so light that by the time you've grabbed them, they kind of indent into your skin and then stay in there, so that when you can move back to pick up the next lot, you take some with you. It's just, and they bend like nothing else. You say the word pin and 3 of them are bent already. They just suck. I did decide earlier today that as of next square we will not be using these pins. I know that we should use the same pins throughout the project, but they're going to be different squares, they're going to be on a different row, and by the time I've washed it, I've already proved you can't tell the difference, so bite me. I'm going to use pins that don't annoy the crap out of me. These pins. I've gone through 4 pots of these pins already because they just bend. They're almost like one-use pins. Now, you need to push these pins down to a large extent. And we can take, we won't take you out because we need you, but we can push you all down a bit. Because the less tall you are, the less chance of threads leaping around. Next we need you 4. So the rose ground joins are usually the bits that look the worst when I'm done because they've flattened and pulled out of shape and done all manner of shenanigans, which is why I get frustrated with them. And possibly not the best part of my design, but not one I thought of until I got to the end of the first square and went, didn't think of that. So, I need you. You're disappearing off into the other world. There you go. We'll see if we can get the stick through without having to poke at it. Because of course the more you poke at it, the crappier it looks later. That's only 1. There should be 2. There's your friend. Let's go for that bit. For some reason the first one always seems to look crap. The rest kind of then realise that it's futile, it's going to happen anyway, so they tend to go along with it a bit more. See, both of you came back through the same hole like you were supposed to. Now we can chop you 2. I swear having dogs is like living with industrial waste units. All you hear all day is nom nom, slop slop, grind grind. Pin goes back in hole. To make sure we roughly the right positioning of things. Right. As I said, these struggle because both points need to occupy the same space, whereas with the other ones you've got a gap to breach. These both occupy the same space and so kind of need to be on top of each other. You're a good girl sometimes. Next fall. You are not the next fall. Oh, you are. You just wrapped around something. So let's check. That's not quite right. Oops. You two go over here. You two go over here. You two get the chop. Go in the bin. Right. there's only a handful of these. That's most importantly. Right. Poke. See if we can't get through. Oh, I saw one of you run away. Thank you, Ed. Before you ask, how do I know they're reds? Because I have it in my ear. It tells me what it says. They tree. We'll do one thread, but it's not doing the other one. Pin. Helps keep you out of the way. And in fact, you fall down here, and you too flattened in. But I need you, Mr. Pin underneath. Here's you. It's hiding very much under here. Lift you two again. There you are. I don't need you, but I do need you. One string will go, the other string likes to undo, because I think, realistically, it's a twisted string. It's because it is a twisted string, which is why I end up going through there, which is fine, we can go through there. That's fine. We've gone through there. Oh, I didn't chop you. Rory, can you not be in the middle of this? No, not doggy helpy. I said no. I said no. Seriously, naff off. This is hard enough without dog. having two fairy helpers is not, this is not a thing. Do not need the thing. What I really need is a pin. What I really need is a crochet hook at this point, but a fat one, not the thin one. Crochet hook is suggested that you use with this thread is a beautiful fine thin crochet hook, and it just splits the thread, so we won't be using that in a hurry. Back in the pin. Eating biscuits. Actually looks kind of reasonable. We won't know until we actually take it off the pillow. It's looking better than it has done in the past, which is a thing to be most thankful for. So you are fairly long, you are fairly long. We can chop you. Dig this pin out underneath. This pin. So take the pin out. Through the hole. Make this a little bigger. Through the hole. So much quicker than when you've got the bobbins attached, like they tell you to. You put the pin, or a pin, the pin back in the hole so that this is the right place, like that. And we do left over right hand twiddle. Nautical is swearing at me somewhere. For those who do not know, Nautical is a rope dude and does a lot of knots and can talk knots. I don't even know the names of half of them, so yeah. I need to clean my glasses for the 9 millionth time, but we have now successfully tied off some more bobbins, so we'll make these shorter, just because they tuck under here a lot easier though. And we tuck those under like that, and we remove the paraphernalia of choice, the big stick and the other things, and now we're down to a bit of cloth stitch and some ground stitch. And although it is nearly 8 o'clock, screw this, we are going to finish this today. Or at least we're going to finish not as much as I'm humanly capable of today. So, we need, you get to stay, you get to come out. Oh, out you go. You get to stay for the moment. You get to go around there, you can come around there. We get to sort you out because you've got tangled, I can see that. Tangly, 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 tangly. And we need 1, 2, 3, 4. We need possibly you, yes. need you to make the trip to the other side. There we go. Now, that's right. But my pillow's leaning because I've been leaning on it. So we need you, and we twist you. And we can put the bobbins over there. Twisty. Pick. You're going to have to wait for a while, dogs. I'm determined to finish this square today. I am absolutely. So you might as well get used to it. It's going to be a thing. It is. It is going to be a thing. And I do not need your help. No. Unless you want to go and cook me some dinner. If you cook me some dinner, that's the only help I could use. Tis. Don't look at me like that. I don't need your help with this. Doggy help is not helping. I know you mean well. But you're like shouting random numbers as I'm counting stitches. Can you just not, you know? It's just not a level of helping that helps, you know? No, Amy, don't maul me. Get off me. Before you ask, they can let themselves in and out, so that it's not that they need to go out. They've got water, they've got everything their little doggy hearts desire, except for the fact that I am not hugging them. That is all that they are missing at this time. And they will not die from lack of hugs. They get many, especially as I work from home. So I rarely leave the house. They are very rarely without me. They are not desperate for anything. Although I do believe that fighting off dog does not make my back better, because it's just started hurting. So thanks for that, dog. It was doing perfectly well till then. The other reason I hate these pins. I'm forever either picking up no pins or 2 pins. Seems to be incredibly difficult to pick up one. I appreciate it. Lurking is a very done thing on this channel. In fact, it's quite uncommon to be seeming to have conversations. So worry not for the lurk. We perfectly accept lurking. And I understand entirely. I often lurk in streams, so you lurk away, my friend. Please do. This doesn't add up. It's because numbskull here didn't add a pair. hole in there somewhere. There it is. That's a pokey stick. Give me a pokey stick. Because you went on the pin, which is annoying. There you go. Right. There we go. Dipshit. Fighting off the dogs has definitely not helped my back. Right, let's put you in a stick so that you don't get on my nerves, because nerves are beginning to feel a little frayed, so, and I'm determined to finish this, so you get to go over there for a minute, and now we get to do cursing of the things, pin of stabbing. Alright. Bobbins, cross the bobbins, you go over there, you get the chop, you go in the tin, glasses come off so that we may see, then put a pin, major shenanigans but I made a really big hole for me to put you through and for you to find. Actually, before we do this, squish some of these things. This is one of the biggest holes this side of the ocean.
Seriously, Dog, will you stop sounding like an industrial unit?
Stop licking that. I won't tell you what he's licking, but just say he has one, I don't.
We do not need to be licking it. Cross and uncross them as I do this. Let's see. You need to go. You were crossed, but I don't think you were crossed enough. So what we can do is we can lift you up. And we need more tension on you because you keep playing the game. Lift you up. Definitely need to get you more on my fat over. Don't you be twiddling your leg here. Now you're properly crossed like you should be. So over right and snug. And right over and snug.
Need a drink. Need vodka, but I ain't got none, so. I might have a beer in the fridge. I might drink that when we're done.
You can go down. You can go down from there.
Lengthen the bobbins. Cross you over. Chop a bobbin. Straighten the pillow because I have OCD of straightening pillows.
I don't suffer from OCD and I make fun of it, and I shouldn't. But at the same time, I have a pretty big obsession with straightening my pillow and keeping it level. So it is the sort of thing. But I am a firm believer that we all have many of the traits of these things, and we all act like we're so superior to these things, and we're not.
We just don't. OCD is when you cannot function. I can function, I just still do.
And it does drive me mildly insane when it's not, but it makes my bobbins roll, and where's the picture? I need to put the pin back. And all of that kind of stuff. So from that point of view, use the last hole and not the right hole. Phew, there was a save. We have done that one before, of course, and we've had to leave it because I've tied it and done everything. We caught that one. Go me.
Oh, my poor brain cells. I was just checking that my talkie thing hadn't broken in case, because obviously I am sitting here being somewhat antisocial with my head down. But as I say, I do have it normally read stuff out to me, so in theory if you speak I will hear, even if I haven't got my glasses on, because it reads it out in my ear, which I thought was a very sensible thing to do. Because it means I can concentrate on this and not concentrating on looking at the screen, but still be an attentive host and answer questions. And know that you've talked to me, or that people have rated, or that people have followed, or that the adverts have kicked in, and all that kind of shenanigans. Because I have taught it these things. And it tells me, because it's a good thing. Except the other day when it suddenly decided that it hadn't picked up any of the Google voices and it wasn't going to talk to me. And we went on the Google website and it kind of went, what? And it started working, so heaven knows. Pin in. Right. Glasses back on. Getting there, peoples. Getting there. Getting there. We're not doing the full trim yet because, well, we're not at the end yet, but we are definitely getting there. We can certainly pull out a lot more pins now. In fact, that's not a bad plan because pins are annoying. And it looks so much better without the pins. Actually, it looks a lot better even with them just pushed down. Even from my angle. But we enjoy pulling pins. Even if they stick to my fingers. But I don't see why, although my back is really hurting, but we've only got one bit to go. We've got one bit and a handful of things to sew, and we've managed to make the sewing thing a lot less chitty, because as we know it caused me to lose my marbles. So from that point of view it is a bonus. We are in a position where we can do that without trips to the psych ward and things, so where we have dangerously come close, so we can grab some of you because you're above ground, and I can grab some of you. You leapt into the pin tray. That was kind of weird. I do love this bit. I do love the bit at the end when you're kind of doing a major reveal of it all, and everything's kind of looking done. Now, obviously, I haven't trimmed all the ends, and I won't have done because that I need to glue them. Because yes, screw the world, I glue mine just to be sure that they're not coming undone, because after all this work, you really think I'd be happy if I so much as one end came undone and killed my neck curtain? That's not going to be a thing, so glue it is. And I know it's not traditional to glue, in fact it's distinctly untraditional to glue, but we will be gluing because, as I say, if it came undone I would cry a lot, even I'm not going to look at it a lot of the time, but that's not the point. It's going to be in my window and I will be able to see it should I wish.
few too many there. But I pulled out a few too many before, so that's why I pulled out all the ones on this side, because normally there should be 2 rows of pins and only 1. But that's fine, because they're coming out any moment. So I was just wondering why.
This is why my thing tilts, because I'm right-handed and I inevitably put my hand on this corner.
So we can go up here and we can be a little bit more. We need to push some of these edge pins down so that when we come for the... No, I didn't mean bend it in half.
So they can all go shortly. So let's take you out the way. Because now we have the room to do this with ease, because the other bobbins are not here to get in the way. So for the moment, you sod off over there. You can sod off over there. And we need you. You come out. You can go in my mouse pad. Oh, that's where I stick them, in my mouse pad. Stick down. You're a little twisty. You are getting a bit funky there, aren't you? Just as well we're getting towards the end. Now, extract you from being where you shouldn't. Twist. Definitely roughed up that nail a bit. Never mind. It's my pin nail. Earlier in this square.
What are you doing? You're on the right one, you just look wrong.
Earlier in this square, I bust my pin and pulling thumbnail, and so it's in the time it's taken to make this square, my nail has grown this much, because it basically was back down to the flesh. Because whenever my nails break, they only ever break at flesh level. They never break, you know, somewhere just chip at the edges. God, no. No, it always splits. Usually here, right at the edge, as it joins my thumb. In fact, because we are where we are, I'm going to grab a pin cushion and unpin cloths from the edges. Why is that, Liz? Well, because I'm going to slide that up a bit. That's why. So that, because it is a slidey one in the middle. You can't really see, but this bit slides up to give a bit more space down here at the bottom. And of course, now there's a hole, but so can't really see it, but where my finger is, you can see that if I'm pushing in below the height of the pillow, so there's kind of an inch. But it just gives me a little more space to work on this bit. Because these bobbins are all trying to make a break for it. Hey Dorian and Sugar Bear, how are you? My speechy thing doesn't do emoticons, so I nearly missed you there. How are you? you're getting to see me right towards the bottom of my corner, and in fact I am 100% determined that today is the day. She says, wondering where she put her nail file, because this is feeling that rough. I've hidden it well, obviously. What do I do with that? This is the problem of tidying up. You tidy up and now you can't find anything. You smell, dog. Have I ever told you that? Yeah, well, if you look, this one's a bit of a funky shape. I don't know if you can really see it. It's a bit of a funky shape. And I don't really care whether it's a funky shape or not, but it's kind of got a slightly rough bit on it. And I tend to pick at them if they're rough. So, and then of course rip them up to my armpit or something. It's usually how they end up. And then there's blood. Yeah, it's more the rough bit than the shape of it, but I definitely, I'm a nail picker. I don't bite my nails, never really did, but I do pick them. Mainly because my mother used to coat me in anti-nail biting polish, and as a result of anti-nail biting polish, all I really learnt with that is that you now can't eat crisps. And if you think about it, how do you eat crisps? You get a pair of crisps and you pinch them, put them in your mouth. Well, if your nails are covered in anti-nail biting polish, now all your crisps taste absolutely appalling. So, that's all I learned, because I didn't bite my nails, I picked them. Thanks, Mum. Dog, I really do not need your help, and I'm going to get really cross with you two in a minute if you don't leave me alone. Because we're getting right towards the end of this. I'm getting really excited, and you're being really annoying. And my bobbins are just undoing themselves constantly. Of which I will need them longer later, but I need them kind of the same length now. So yes. But it's good to see you both. I know Oxford always says that he never knows when my stream's on, but it kind of works for everybody else. So all I can think of is that he's managed to turn off notifications, or he doesn't follow me anymore. That's always an opportunity, always a possibility. And the dog's going to come up. Come on. If you're coming up, get on with it. Ah, I see. Will you get on with it, dog? And now he's back exactly where he started 2 seconds ago. Stop getting longer. This is how they get longer. They go slightly baggy, and then of course when you pull on them, the thread doesn't go back on the bobbin like you want it to. It gets longer. So that's why they end up longer, because they get baggy and then they get straightened up. But I'm determined to finish this, even though my back is really beginning to hurt a lot from fighting with the dogs.
Did I twist those?
Yes. Yes, I did. That's all right. So it's kind of a bit of a race battle here to get to the end before my back gives up, because of course I've got to sew them all in too. But I'm really, really wanting to finish this today. Because I am so close. Breathed funny. You to there because you're catching. Definitely think a beer and some food is most definitely earned when I get to the end of this, because I really hope. And I was doing fine until I kept having to fight the dogs off. my fear is I will get to the end and not have the back power to do the sewings, even though that they are a lot simpler and quicker now. Let me do a few back wiggles. Try and cheer it up a little bit. No, that hasn't cheered it up in the slightest. Occasionally it does. Great thunder flies. Last thing I need. Oh, go away. Oh, get out of there. Oh. Cold for thunderclouds, I thought. Apparently not. Battle of the pain. Seriously, not got that many to go. Can you just It's one of the few times you wish you weren't single and that someone could give you a brief kind of poke in the back in the right places. And if you do it, dog, I would be very happy, but you don't. What you do is cause more pain and anguish. I know it's because I know you would if you could understand, but you don't, so you can't. So can you not? I was used to say about Charlie, the little man in my icon, that if he thought that if he could understand that sending a card on Valentine's Day would make my day, he'd have done it. Because he really was the kind of dog who didn't want to upset you. He wanted to make you happy. He really was absolutely devoted. And he was a good boy. And Rory is a good boy too, but he is also annoying. Although you don't fart like Charlie. No. You will never equal Charlie's farts. Go on, off you go. Charlie once farted. Yeah, everybody farts. It's really not that big a deal. Except for this made my eyes sting. It didn't just kind of smell, make you want to retch, but yeah, that's kind of part of the course for a really bad fart. No, this made your eyes sting like you'd walked into a cloud of a noxious gas, but you know, like an acidic. I mean, seriously, I've had chili in my eye and it was less painful. It was horrendous. I don't know what he had eaten. Probably something he shouldn't is the short answer to that. But it was so bad. It was so bad. I mean, most of us at some point have farted and it smelled like something died. But never made people's eyes sting. That was a whole new level of achievement, that was. Mind you, also a semi-new fear unlocked that you'd do the same when stuck in a lift or something. So I don't know quite how he did it, but he managed it very, very much. I'm going to get so angry with you dogs. You need to leave me alone or I'm going to go and put you in the garage. Because I need the peace. I need you not in the way for this. I really do. Right, we're going to convert to working downwards because it involves moving a lot less bobbins. You'll come out of that. Get out of there! Seriously, there'll be dog sandwich at this rate. I'll need to hide the bodies. I didn't twist it before I started. I twisted you, but I can't see because there's too much other stuff in the way. I was thinking about it. come on back. You've got, what, 9 stitches and a handful of ends to sew. It's really not that bad. And dog, will you naff off? If I stop for 3 milliseconds, I'm stretching my back, not asking for a dog. I will hug you in a minute. When I've finished, you can have a big hug. And you won't. You'll go off and you'll sleep, which is what you usually do. Or you'll do what you're more accurate, which is you want a hug, but you get on, and before you've even finished getting off, you've just getting on. You're getting off because you want to go and do something else. But you can have a hug when we finish. And it doesn't take that long. That's 2 pins. Seriously, he's going to be so glad to see the back of this pin box. This I've got to trample the grass on a couch. Seriously, ow, ow, ow. We are so close. Last pin. Yay! Puppy Bower! Right. Now we've got to poke them and sew them in. And no, that didn't mean dog. Fucking piss off. Go on, enough. Glasses, pokey, scissors, bobbins, stick. Two. So. To a large extent, because we all know that you love to be in the way. You.
saw that, you all have found pins to tangle. Yeah. Yeah.
Saw that. Bad threads.
Pin.
Why is it? There's a thing you can do. Hang on. I was about to do something sensible and it went. Fine, I'll do it on my computer as my phone's not in the mood. There, that's what I was trying to do. That's what I was trying to do. Right. Try and do the streamer thing.
Serves me right for trying to be clever. Right.
and snip.
Fluff with it, and I think it's the knots from the beginning because it seemed to fall on this one. It wasn't all fresh thread, it was reused bobbins from last time because we had a lot left over. We've got a fair bit left over this time. Not sure. It's not like we're short of the stuff. It's really not. And it's not tyrant everything.
More drink. Can you sod off, dog?
Alex Ox has gone live. Sod off with the flies. This is hard enough without a fly being in the middle of it. Dear goodness me. Definitely don't need no fly in the way. Go away. Thunderfly things here, but seems to have to. Guess it's going to rain stroke snow then. It did so, right?
Well, I guess it's because there's a crack in the door, and so that the dogs can, which means the dogs can open the door.
means they're all coming in from the... I'm not going to get up and close it up just yet. I'll finish this. Wish Naughty Cult were here. He watched me last time I was doing loads of end sewing and was very supportive. I miss him. You understand how much easier this is proving. Plus, of course, the critique of my mods, which are fun. I have no problem because she's doing it. Definitely feel these are going a lot better than they have done in the past. So, of course, we will find out for sure when we take it off the thing and it's no longer bound by pins as to how well the tension is being sorted. Because previously the tension was bad. It distorted things, which is why I left some of the pins in to try and give it strength. I also think this is hugely more controlled and I won't say correct because I'm not going to make that assumption, but I'm going to say it's in line with what people envisaged when they started doing this 300 million years ago. Last pair, people. It's gone a lot quicker. No, go over there, don't stick to my fingers. Don't spoil it now. Begin to itch because I've seen all these flies and thunderflies landing on my skin really make me itch. And one of the key, and they both work in IT like I do, so we have much in common in the frustrations and things that we have that bug us at work. We, you know, I think she's more of a project manager than a grunt like me, but I say grunt, I'm the one making our projects work. Not, I don't work for the same company, but, you know, I'm the kind of person who makes their stuff work, so.
It'd be really sad if you've all left just before just as I've finished. Or just before I finished, rather. But there we go. If you have to go, you have to go. Can't argue with that. Let's put my tin of bobbins down. Finish pulling out some pins. There are quite a few pins that potentially need to come out. Let's put you back in your home. You back over here. Shorten you a bit. Now, we'll pull this pin out. And we'll pull these pins out because we don't need these anymore. And this pin out because you definitely don't need you. Bent pin there. Another bent pin here. In case you were wondering how bent is bent, well, how much more bent you need than a right angle. Clearly bent pins. There's another pin there. And there's a pin down here. And now you can come off. There's a pin there. And you can come off. And we have a square, people. Now, obviously, I've got a bit of a mohawk to deal with, but we have a square. So I've got this bit of mohawk thing to deal with. But I'm making it into a mohawk for a reason. Kind of is out the way of the prettiness of the square. But there we go. We have a square! Yay! We have finished square number 3. I've got 1,001 pins to pick out. and all these ends to trim. But I will do those off camera because that is just a boredom level even you and I do not need to revisit. I will very much remember how exciting it was to do that. I don't need because I've got 12 more squares to go. B, it's not something you forget, frankly. It's a bit like sewing in the ends. Although, as I say, today we have made significant success in that. Plus, from now on, we can use fat pins. And I might buy some more fat pins just on the off chance that I bend a load of fat pins, but they take a lot more to bend those fat pins. I mean, don't get me wrong, I won't put it past me. But, yeah. Dude, we have square. Let's see if we can do a bit of this. Zoom in for you. There we go. We have square. Look, it even looks like a square. Holy shit. So, and on that note, it's been 5 hours. To be honest, we made really good progress in 5 hours. We've sewed the ends. We've to be honest, it took 4 hours to do the little square of doom. I don't see little square of doom, but seriously, little square of doom was like this big. Bye-bye, Sticker Bear. So yeah, little square was literally like this size, and it took me like 4.5 hours just to sew the ends on that. So, hi, freaking Lulu, we've sewed nearly all of these ends. We sewed, well, from here on to here, so it's more than the length of that. Plus, we actually did the lace work, and it's all good. So, I may or may not be on tomorrow. You know, celebratory day off and all that. Don't know whether we will do an intermediary pattern as a bit of a brain relaxationary thing, but I certainly have to wind a load of bobbins and sort all of that out, and so that may or may not happen tomorrow. So depending on how that goes, we shall see if there's a stream. Because if I do another pattern, I've got to print it, I've got to prick it, I've got to do the bobbins for it. And whether I'm doing this or that, I've still got to wind bobbins and I've still got to sort stuff. So it will depend how successful a day. Now, the advantage of winding bobbins and stuff is it is something I can do while watching films and crap. So it is not overly strenuous on the old brain cells there. Unlike pricking things where you've got to be really quite accurate so that you get an even thing. But I am most pleased with myself for finishing that today. I did secretly hope to do it, but as we got towards the end, as we got part the way through it, I was even more determined. So I think customary photo is required at this point, although I obviously will take one once I've done the rest of it. But I will do that. Hello! You've missed me! I've just finished making my third square. So there he is. Well, try and make it on screen a bit better. So there he is. I've just finished making my third square. I've sewn in my ends. I've got to tidy the actual kind of mohawk going on here, and then I will pry it out of my laminate. But sadly, I was just about to log, so I do apologise. But if you follow, I'm going to try and be back for tomorrow, starting square number 4 and triangle 13. Maybe that's not a good plan, but I will be back. Thanks for following. And so I will be back either tomorrow or the day after, depending on how much prep work I've got to do. I've got to decide whether I'm doing an intermediary project to stop the brain rot, or whether I'm kind of in the mood to keep hitting the triangles, because obviously a square's made of 4 triangles. So I tend to work in triangles because that's how you work it. But I have, this is what we're aiming for, is pretty little squares. I have 2 friends for it. If I zoom out a sec, and where is it? It's in this tin. I have tins of things. I have 2 more just like it, look. 2 more just like it. So it has some friends, and the plan will be is that they will get joined together, something like this, and there will be 18 of them, and we will make a net curtain out of them. So that gives you an idea what it's going to look like. There you go. Well, it's going to be sideways, but so it's going to be 3 wide. So just to kind of set the scene a little bit better. There you go. It's going to be kind of something like that. 3 wide is how wide my net curtain needs to be, because I don't want a roughly net curtain. I want a flat net curtain. So this is how it's going to be. And yay! I have 3 squares out of 18. I have done 1/6 of my project. It's only taken forever. And I didn't even lose my marbles this time. Well, no more than I would on an average day anyway. But yes, I am distinctly pleased with myself. So I do apologise that you have arrived just as I'm running away. But gives you an idea of what we get up to is this, and well, a lot of these, because I've just chopped them off my pattern. Take care, sorry you missed me this time, but as I say, there will be more. I've worked out it's about a year's worth of projects, so it's going to be months of it. You can catch me another time, I'm sure. Take care. Good night, everybody, and have the good rest of the evening, such as it is, although it's 9:30 here. Take care. Bye-bye.